Let me invite Mr. Iwane to please give us the opening prayers. Do you have a mic there? Let me invite Mr. Iwane to give us opening prayers.
We expect nothing but such.
Father, we put up all our emotions, pay attention in Jesus' name. All right, as we are starting, also take our national anthem, after which we take the anthem. National anthem first. Nigeria, follow me to serve our fatherland with all our strength and faith. Let for our heroes stand to serve without a mind, one nation bound in freedom, peace and unity. Our national anthem. Will annunciation call it, annunciation call it. We cherish passing through you, passing through you. Knowing the right and always doing the right forever. We let me invite the secretary to take us through accreditation so that we know who and who is in this meeting. Level of representation by the branches in this meeting. This is it. The president, members of our Praise Association, I will talk to those parties. Let us know what the parties are doing. And if the ones here, they feel like they are available. Others who are with us, they have to do so. So beginning with let's take everybody about the others and suggest other members in their own steps. Just also and present you are holding right branch president, branch chairman, or branch secretary, and then credit secretary, and the assistant secretary is also here. Okay, I am the president, sir. Is a sergeant of pastor. I am the general secretary. The secretary Henry of the Bond branch. The assistant secretary.
Benjamin Coons will be Abuja Booms. And you know whether it's like
Valentine Virginia, Lagos branch. I will have the and then
yes, I say that Lagos State branch chairman.
Professor Matthew Ilano Singh, home branch chairman. Professor Omi Ujobi, presidential liaison officer, home branch.
Abuja branch vice chairman.
Nothing. I told you this Tony's brother and brother-in-law.
Martins Adams, secretary to the branch.
It's okay.
We'll go to our Wednesday, past chairman to the branch.
Home branch.
This kind of monkey. Warming up for Ashebi. Eh? I think we're going to keep this guy there. This kind of nonsense equates to malaria.
Ali, vice chairman of the branch. Ehime Odama, home branch. Ukuruwa home branch. Ukuruwa Gio, home branch.
Esse junior school principal.
Israel, Chief home branch. Constable home branch as secretary. Observer Sunday, home branch. Home branch. Honorable Obi Osiji, member of home branch. Back to the home branch. home branch. Lawrence, home branch. National Treasurer, official 2.
Honorable Joseph Abulima is my name and PRO home branch.
Otoy Joseph home branch. Amos Akere, blessed Amos home branch member. Hey, somewhere home branch. Akalo Stephen, PNO, that's official home branch. Okay, first, before we continue, let me invite all the members here to please come to this side of the table. Our one AU also myself to please come to the table. I would also like to invite those in the diaspora, let's see those who are available online. We will start with the North American representations here. If let's see, in the North and then Dr. Ohens, can you please introduce your members over there?
Yeah, good morning or good afternoon, fellow Acubites. We have many of our members here. I would start with our Global Vice President, Sir Greg Enaholo, is present here. We have the Vice President 1, North America, Godwin Asolime, the Secretary, John Obo, our Auditor, Prince Peter Okoje. We have other members of North America here, Mr. Anuwawagbe, Igbel Kotonuwawagbe, Mr. Danny Arewo. We have so many of them here. I am Joseph Ohens, the president of Acuba North America. It's nice to be with you.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning. Good morning, my global president. This is Paul Ohens here, Chairman Abuja branch.
The chairman Benin branch is also here.
What of UK branch?
The chairman of UK branch is not here.
Yeah, good morning, everybody.
But chairman of Benin is here.
I'm here. Good morning, everybody. Nice to be with you.
Can you identify us? Are you the chairman of UK branch?
No, Benin.
Oh.
I want to identify yourself. Where introduce Benosan? Yes, yes.
Hello. Yes, sir.
No rival.
Yes, sir.
No rival.
Well, I'm Architect Timi Ogboche Kisamonje, the chairman branch of Akioba. So I'm happy to be with you people virtually, even though I had planned to be there physically. So I've already talked to the global president about the incident that happened. I had to go back and join through Zoom. But my executive members and some members, they're already in the hall there. Thank you very much. Over, please.
So we invite one our beauty member to do justice to the protocol that the secretariat have provided. So we have
Hello.
Written of Poland.
Branch. It's here. Nice to be with you at this meeting. Is Warri Branch Chairman is here. Nice to be with you people at this meeting.
Yeah, doing breaking of kola nuts, Moses.
Rashidat.
The AGM is the highest body of this association. And by so, the NEC or the Global Executive Council has already installed you and approved you as the president of this association. Before you can preside over the council of AGM, it is expedient that the council, the house, will formally ratify your position as president of the council. Thank you very much.
What are you talking about?
Like our, yes, they say, no, able to still settle the break of the problem. He has already prayed that it's one family, and they start to work family. I want to thank you for your observation, so that we don't waste time. I will move on. You are completely in order. The identification was admitted. Now that we have come, it's also good that I will move in motion, but you have raised the point of order. So I Brady Esquire, Global PRO, and move for the ratification of Sir Pascal. No, you are still president. No. You are still president, but not to preside this AGM. I move that Sir Pascal Isele be ratified as president who can preside over the AGM.
Wow.
Second motion by for your motion. Daily basis, and I want to talk about the removal of this observation, which is just been brotherly resolved. I think the intention was to make sure that things are done in the right way. So we thank him and then all those who totally supported. So I thank all of you for the very beautiful ceremony that just been done. Thank you so much. Okay. Chairman, our able president and all members present. In the same vein, I think we have a very serious omission that we need to rectify. By your stepping up the position of the vice president one becomes vacant. And I want to observe that we have an incomplete ESCO, which I think we should rectify now. I think given the agenda that we have, which I want to present that we will rectify, when we get there, but this is the for reasons best known to all of us. So we need to take them step by step. When we get there, when it comes to fully constituting the current SQ. Thank you for that observation. We'll run with it. So we want to note whether there are apologies from our various branches and members that want to vote on this in this meeting. But however, before then, we have an agenda which is being displayed on the screen right now. So we have to rectify this agenda for our youth today so that we can run with it. Please. I also want to observe that since the death of our former global president, I'm not too sure we might in Quran. It is therefore expedient that we give him and all the people project a minute silence so that we can continue. To respect all those who carry them. Let's respect the dead. The soul of Professor Don Omoike, Mr. Edward Oiku, and Okowa, Ben, Austin Ben, Ideja, Pa Ojeme, and indeed the souls of our members, and indeed the souls of all the faithful departed, through the mercy of God, rest in peace. So we quickly go for apologies. And there we have apologies to professional and here and they're not here so that we keep a proper record of it. I'm aware that Architect Timmy, the chairman of the Benin branch, called to say he had issues on the way, he has to go back to Benin. But I'm happy he has already joined here soon. That's the only person that I have called. Dr. Frank Odafe is on his way from Abuja. He wants to be here between 1 p.m. and 2 p.m. Victor Edoseni is also not able to come. Financial secretary of the National Treasury. Okay, Pastor Ehime Alfred is also unfortunately absent. All right, so we move over to ratify this agenda for us to use in today's meeting. And I think we have already gone 1 to 4. So we are now on 5, ratification of the proposal of this meeting. After which we do have the opening remarks by the president, the reading of minutes of last meeting, the matters arising number 8, the business of the day 9. The business of the day will include presentation of reports by national officers and school principals, and then we'll discussion of reports that we have been presented. And we discuss and ratify the October Constitution. And we take any other business, the little refreshment, closing remarks by the president, and have closing prayers. That's what has been lined up for our use today. If there's anybody who wants to anything included or yes, Lagos Road. Here's the review of the adjustments made to this agenda for this 28th AGM, which included the ratification of the president as the bona fide president to chair this AGM. I am the secretary of the Lagos branch. Move for the adoption of this agenda for this AGM. So, all right, there's somebody's hand back. I saw only Chief
Ohens branch. Graduated from ECC 1998. I still want to second the motion of the agenda that I got removed by my senior brother to be a guide for the purpose of this AGM. And so second.
Wrong with this agenda right now. All right, so let me go straight to opening remarks. I present my president's report. But the only remark I want to say here is that first, we thank God the Almighty for allowing all of us to once again gather for this AGM. Annual general meeting of this association. And we will observe that since 2019, when this current episode was inaugurated, we have not had any engagement. We didn't have in 2021. And God has so favored us now that we are able to hold this. We can't be so well. To observe the reason is not perfect, other than the global pandemic that COVID-19 brought to the world. Yes, it was no longer permissible to gather the way we are gathered now. Even though that is not fully cured the world, but we are happy that we do not have it again in Nigeria, not in the manner that the pandemic. To this meeting. It's not because all those who joined in 2019 that are here today. Quite a number are born. It's always like the will of God that we are all here. And also you will observe that life is changing. We used to compare ourselves to be in one, and these days, given the facility that we are having, people are able to join us all over the world. And this is old boy is no longer the old style old boy that
Please, and tell me, you have to tell me the
sophistication is coming in, improved ways of doing things coming in. And so, as we are here, we have those in London, those in America, all over the world. We know they are all moved and we are all in the same meeting. That tells you what the world has become, the global village. And so, we must learn to flow with technology as it comes by. And so, I must thank each and every one of us for finding time to come. We have something to share in this. So we are here because of the passion that we all have for our urban matter, ACC. All of us, the sacrifice we are making today to get here, despite the insecurity in town. We heard of the crisis in Aochiro, kidnapping going on. Yet people were able to embrace it, put their head on the road, and then they are here. We all have our individual commitments as family members today. But we've shared those ones and said we have to be in ACC01 for this AGM because of the passion that we have for our armament. And so we must especially thank each and every one of you for the sacrifice that you have made. So we will try as much as possible to accelerate the discussions that we will have for today so that we can complete as many of the items that we have lined up for discussion. Recently, NEC came up with a review of our existing constitution, which was seen to be deficient in terms of its globalization. So the committee have done their work. They've recommended to the NEC. NEC has reviewed it, and they're recommending it to us in AGM for ratification, consideration, and approval, which we want to achieve today, because that is going to be our guiding principles. So we must put it in place by the grace of God in this meeting, so that we have a document that we can always refer to, that will guide our actions, and as we deliberate on various meetings, we have a reference point to guide our various activities. So I want to plead with each and every one of us, when the discussion starts on all issues, if one person has said something, even if you want to emphasize, it should be very brief so that you can cover as many grounds as possible. On that note, I want to thank all of us for finding time to be here at today's AGM, and God bless all of us and our families in Jesus Christ. Thank you so much. So let me invite the secretary to read the minutes of the last meeting, so that we can have a report of the meeting held in 2019. I'm sure we can still have one or two things to take from them. Secretary.
I'm trying to share my screen to enable people over there to look with us. The minutes of last AGM was already distributed, shared to through various platforms. So please, if you are here, you have no hard copy, you kindly access the platform for soft copy. Minutes of Akiba 2019, 27th AGM held on the 16th day of November 2019 at Annunciation Catholic College, Iroa. Opening. The Akiba 27th AGM commenced at about 11:47 p.m. The opening prayer was led by Mr. Wallace Odoba, and a rendition of the national and Akiba anthems followed thereafter. Breaking of Kola Notes. The breaking of Kola Notes was performed by our respected elder and member, Board of Trustees, Prince A.U. Osobase, in the Eastern traditional way. Ratification of the agenda. A motion for the ratification of the agenda for the 2019 AGM was moved and seconded by Ezekiel Isaac and Dr. Paul Ohens again, respectively. Roll call for attendance. The roll call of branches was conducted. The branches were in attendance. Abuja 944, Home branch 56, Lagos branch 8, and Warri branch 1. Port Harcourt and Kaduna branches were unrepresented at the 7th AGM of our great association. Apologies. Apologies were received from the following members. 1. Engineer Adams Ukoile. 2. Dr. Professor Spicer Okare. 3. Engineer Solomon Okosu. Then Professor J.C. Imokwe, Professor Omiku Dwambi, and Eric Ejawede. President's opening remark. Dr. Frank Omo Ejele Odape, the President of the Association, in his opening remark, thanked God Almighty for the safe arrival of members and for yet another AGM. He urged us to maintain absolute decorum as a major matter to be tackled at the AGM, which is a lecture of fundamental importance. Reading and of minutes, as well as amendments. The minutes of the 27th AGM was read without any amendments, and Sir Pascal, the seller of any branch, moved for the adoption of the minutes. It was seconded by Mr. Allen Iselali of the Lagos branch. Matters arising. Indebtedness. It was observed that Warri, Port Harcourt, and Kaduna branches were indebted to the association. Reports. The President, Secretary General, and Financial Secretary rendered their reports covering the period 2017 to 2019. The various reports were accepted and adopted for discussion. Report highlights. President's reports. The President, Dr. Frank Kodapen, in his report, took a trajectory from 2015 when he was president of the association. As the chief steward of the association, his report highlighted the following important milestones. A. Registration of the association at the Corporate Affairs Commission, CAC. B. Regular NEC meetings. C. A resounding Diamond Jubilee celebration. D. Completion and commissioning of the school hall. E. Alumni reunion. F. Structural developments including but not limited to the following: school hall, survey of school grounds, perimeter fencing, gate house, asphalting of the access road to the ACC, Corpus Lodge, and sculpture of Abraham Ojekwa. Smart school board, solar power for IT library, CBT training for senior secondary school classes, regular payment of Akiba recruited teachers' salaries, mowers to keep the school premises clean, group life insurance and constitutional amendments. G. Globalization of Akiba. H. Interfacing with governments and interacting with the Catholic bishops of Urubi with a view to exploring ways and means of reverting our alma mater to the Catholic mission. I. Finance of the association. The President reiterated the fact that his administration took off from a zero national accounts and was at the time of handing over the sum of 700,000 naira to reflect the association's account. He also mentioned that the association is indebted to Bible Royal Hospital to a tune of 1.8 million naira as a fallout from the Diamond Jubilee celebration. He concluded on finance by stating that at the time of this AGM, the sum of 4 billion Diamond Jubilee pledges were yet to be redeemed. J. The report concluded by thanking God. The Vice President, Professor Omoike, Branch Chairman, branches, the General Secretary, the ESCO, and all members of the association for their steadfastness and support throughout the tenure of the administration. Secretary General's reports. The report of General Secretary D.B. Idedia Esquire covers the period 11th day of November 2017 to 15th day of November 2019. The highlights include 1. A. 9 major meetings, including AGM, NEC meetings, extraordinary NEC meetings, and Akiba reunion were held. B. Within the period under review, the following committees were set up. 1. Diamond Jubilee. B. Membership rules, retention and extension. 3. Constitution Review Committee. 4. Delineation Committee. All the aforementioned committees perform their assigned responsibilities relatively well. C. Apart from the milestones listed by the President, the General Secretary also included the following as additional achievements of the administration. A. Setting up of welfare accounts. B. Diaspora membership of branches. C. Email and WhatsApp hub. D. School directory. After the school library or funds. E. Commissioning of set projects. The lowlights were recorded to include A. Low membership strengths. B. ACC yet to be returned to the missionaries. C. Confederation of the school library, and D. Deaths of some members of the association. Financial Secretary's reports. The Financial Secretary, Dr. Memo summarized the financial transaction of the association from 2016 to 16 November 2019 in the manner hereunder. Brought forward from previous ESCO 152,000 naira. Bailout levy of 100,000 naira each by 4 branches, excluding Warri, Port Harcourt, and Kaduna branches, 400,000. B. Annual dues by branches. Abuja branch, debt paid, 258,000 naira cleared. 2. Benin branch, debt paid, 276,000 naira cleared. 3. Lagos branch, debt paid, 216,000 naira cleared. 4. Home branch, debt paid, 786,600 naira cleared. 5. Port Harcourt branch, debt paid nil. Debt unpaid 162,000 naira. 6. Kaduna debt paid nil. Debt unpaid 162,000 naira. Warri branch debt paid nil. Unpaid 204,000 naira. 8. Grand total of annual dues paid was 1,536,600 naira. Grand total of annual due debt 529,200 naira. C. Summary of income and expenditure. Total income 15,601,507 naira 13 kobo. Total expenditure 17,105,486 naira 9 kobo. Balance deficits 1,503,978,96 kobo. D. Debt profile. Debt dues from branches 517,800 naira. Diamond Jubilee levy from branches 3,708,800 naira. National Constitution by branches 10,000 naira. Reunion levy by branches 161,000 naira. Unredeemed pledges during Diamond Jubilee celebration 3,850,000 naira. Grand total of debt owed to national 7,888,600 naira. Deficit profile. Balance payment to national presidents 1,900,000 naira. Balance deficit from expenditure 1,503,978 naira 97 kobo. Cost of hosting 2019 AGM 490,000 naira. Total deficits 3,503,978 naira 96 kobo. Current income and expenditure from bank. Total income 1,888,988 naira 96 kobo. Total expenditure 1,670,469 naira 42 kobo. Balance 218,851 naira 4 kobo. The reports concluded by highlighting the names of those who were yet to redeem their Diamond Jubilee pledges. School principals reports. The school principal presented the reports and highlighted the fact that NECO results for a period under review has not been released because the school was not accredited for their inability to pay the sum of 100,000 naira. The school failed to take part in the separate academic competition for lack of funds to transport its candidates to Benin for the competition. The school came first in the first edition of the Dr. Isegwan's football competition and held at Ibadan. The report concluded by requesting for funds and financial aids to enable them to participate in the Edo Central Sports Festival. Make recommendation on BUT through constitutional amendments. The recommendation by the BUT Constitutional Review Committee was presented by the committee. The report was accepted. After a robust deliberation on the recommendations, it was resolved as follows. A. The The Board of Trustees is encouraged to hold formal meeting at least once a year to take robust decisions on matters brought before it by the ESCO. B. All members of the present BOT be retained. C. Membership of the BOT shall be 9. Branches will submit names of eminent members to be added to the existing number. The names so submitted shall be screened by name or AGM. D. The recommendations that 1. The president of ACUBA shall be a member of BOT, and 2. That the chairman of the BOT shall be the most senior old boy were rejected by the Congress. The recommendation that there shall be BP2 was rejected. BP diaspora was accepted. G. Section 3B of the Constitution to be amended to include that such a branch must have paid their dues and levies up to date. Section 15G to include dues and levies. I. Presidential liaison officers PLO and presidential global liaison officers to be appointed by the president. The Constitution to be amended to reflect these developments. So a general to revert to general secretary. Vote of thanks. Resolution of the National Executive Committee or Constitutional Electoral Committee. The President, Dr. Olapen, in his vote of thanks, appreciated every member of the association for the immense support and invaluable contribution towards the growth and development of the association. Thereafter, a motion for the dissolution of the ESCO was moved by Anken Charles and supported by Barrister E.A. Obredi. The ESCO was thus dissolved, and an electoral committee comprising Prince A.U. Osobase, Dr. Olapen, and the student. The election produced the following officers into the executive committee of the association. A. President, Professor John Omoike of the Home Branch. B. Vice President, Sir Pascal Isela, within branch. C. General Secretary, Dr. Mary Secretary of the Home Branch. D. Assistant General Secretary, Benjamin Oko of Abuja Branch. E. Financial Secretary, E. Yorobi Michael of the Home Branch. F. Treasurer, Victor Ebusele of the Lagos Branch. G. PRO, Professor Ehime Ubede Esquire, Abuja Branch. G. Social Welfare Secretary, Valentine Idedia of Lagos Branch. And H. The following distinguished old boys were appointed as ex-official members. 1. David Akwemoga, Home Branch. 2. Rollins Osegale, Port Harcourt Branch. Swearing in ceremony. After the elections, the new ESCO members were called up for the days for recognition and the following swearing in ceremony. An official swearing ceremony, sorry. Acceptance. The newly elected president of the association, Professor John Omoike, gave the acceptance speech on behalf of the new ESCO. He thanked the members of the association for their public conduct and patience throughout the exercise. He promised, with the support of all members, to build on the legacies of immediate past administration. Adjournments, closing prayers. In the absence of further deliberations, E.A. Ubede moved that the AGM for the year 2019 be adjourned. He was supported by Dr. Ines Eken, and at about 5:45 p.m., Barrister E. Ubede said the closing prayers. 5 minutes signed by Dr. Odape, President, and Barrister Idedia, General Secretary.
Yeah, thank you, Secretary, for these minutes. We will now subject the minutes to the adoption and after due review. So I don't know the minister are taking a long while before it's considered. So people can still remember what was not fully captured in this meeting. You can raise it. Let's just adopt the minutes. Yes.
Right. The president of the house. These are all foundations. And I want to quickly point out and select the rest of us. The members of the ex officials. I remember that the outgoing president, Dr. Frank was appointed as head of one, then myself 2, and Ron is 3. So, it's very there. So important. Thank you.
I think that amendment is taken. That was quite correct. Secretary will note it down for inclusion in the minutes. If there is no other observation, yes, Alan.
Chair of the House, I would prefer that the president goes page by page for any new issue. Because if you have to for me,
Okay, no problem. I think it's okay. I go on page 3 now. No, let me take you to page 1, page 2, page 3. Okay, we are in page 1. If you have any correction to make there, please let us know. All right, page 2. Okay. Microphone for him, please.
On page 3, thank you, Mr. President. On page 3, on the annual dues paid by branches. For Lagos, because I will pay 216,000 naira annual due payments.
Yes.
That is wrong. What we actually paid was 100,000 naira annual due levy, and then 180,000 naira annual due. So that should be separated. If you cross the whole thing up and call it annual due, I think that's a wrong head. The treasurer or the financial secretary should for that. If that is not happening on other cases too, they should give us an analysis of what because for Lagos, that's the 200 enormously recorded 60,000 naira will not just for annual due, because that one will be 100,000 and 180,000 naira annual due.
You have said 116, then it would have done it at least. But this is 280 now. Yeah.
216, but what we paid was 280. And I said that 100,000 naira of that 280 was for diamond degree redemption, and 180 for 2 years annual.
Okay, we'll take that to the drawing board, review it, and then amend it at the next minute. So page 4. What page is that?
Page 4. If what is called here as being clear is called as income, obviously it will affect all the figures that is presented in page 4. So page 3 and page 4 should be taken as pages that need to be really clear as regards those finances. Thank you. No problem.
Page 5. which is the final page. If no further observations or amendments, can someone move a motion for the adoption of these minutes? Chairman of Abuja branch, in the absence of any other correction, I move these minutes to be adopted as a working document. Thank you.
Obey us to is my name. Surprisingly, I'm not seconding that motion. A minutes of last meeting was read. None of us here to carry along. It's not in the platform. No comment. Then we are done correction. We are moving over our correction. Why are we here?
Hello.
The chair and the house. On point of order, at any meeting, AGM or general, a party that was not part of that meeting has no right to correct or amend the minute is not part of it. So this gentleman that put us behind our member was not at that general meeting. And I think I'm sure. So we have no right to trust that. I stand on what I know. You are not part of the meeting. You have no right to correct what
Gentlemen, I said in my opening remarks, and the chairman board of trustees have said it, that we should be open-minded. This is our own house. This is Ashoba. And most girls, that's not the way to go. We have read the minutes of the meeting. I am aware that the secretary has also shared these minutes in our global platform. I hope I'm right. And so it's expected that this meeting will have been taken as already read. But in order to say, please read it all over again so that all of us can take and refresh our mind over it. I didn't expect that people will think otherwise. But however, it's free to have made its observation. And I want to believe that it was also here at the last AGM. But when I was here or not, meetings have been read. Someone has moved a motion for the adoption of that minutes as agreed. We need and desire a secondment so that we can adopt that minute as well. Now, to address your fear, go back to the global platform and see whether the minutes are not shared there. You can have the right link or share. You can go back and look at it. But all the same, let's click on one page. Gentlemen, thank you so much. Can we call for the adoption of this minute as moved already? Second, all right, Peter. All right, Babula, we will use this minute. All right, we will look at the matters arising from that news. Because of time, just move straight to the business of the day. And on that note, we will call for the presentation of reports from national officers and the school. Maybe that's something. Can you give Professor a microphone?
Thank you, Mr. President and great members. Mine just an observation in general. As it relates to the issue raised by the chairman of the Lagos branch. I think that we should have made provision to have audit report. We will see a report like we are dealing with about 15 million. And then we are talking about I paid 20 and 216 reflected. But if we have audit panel or committee set up, future, after an AGM like this, when we are presented report, I think we should do well set up an audit committee to look at the financial reports.
That's another beautiful observation. Maybe under AOP, we will consider the setting up of an audit committee to look at these, because of the exigencies of time, most of these critical areas were not fully covered. So we'll set up an audit committee and really do it so that we go back and look at the finances and the reports maybe at the next AGM. So if we go to the various report, I have to start report by presenting my own report. Secretary, please distribute the report to everybody. Let me just wait a while for the distribution to be made so that we can all know with the report. Okay, it's also shared on the screen, and I hope all right, if we are quiet, please let's get what I have to say. A report by the global president of Association Capital Global Board Association as global on the picture of AGM meetings. All right, though it's so tiny on the screen, we will still share it. All right. The chairman, National Board of Trustees, Professor Ohens and other board members, past president of Akioba, chairman of various Akiba branches, including that of the UK, and the president of North America. Leaders and co coordinators of the various Iroa or principals of ACC Iroa, fellow Ohens. We are grateful to God the Almighty for being able to hold this annual general meeting after a rather long while. We are physically here today in the premises of our alma mater and some of our other members who come to the meeting virtually for our AGM, which would have held first in May 2020 and then in May 2021. But for the outbreak of COVID-19 pandemic, which prevented the gathering of people in any form. As the pandemic was subsiding, the very sad occurrence of the death of our former global president, our admirable Professor John Onweke occurred. Professor John Onweke passed on to glory on October 2nd, 2021, just when we were planning to hold our AGM, even if it has to be virtually. Ashoka then went into mourning until he was buried on November 18, 2021. So after the burial, we again had to participate in the burial ceremonies of our past national officers, which includes Mr. Edward Oiku, the past national president, and Elder Okorowan, the past national general secretary, and of course, the past chairman of the Cross Branch. Fellow Ashoka, you will observe that we have understandably not been able to hold our AGM since the coming on board of this ESCO in 2019, due to the reasons earlier mentioned above. That is why we are particularly grateful to God for this meeting, which will afford us the needed opportunities to report on the progress so far made in our great association. Next meetings. We held our next meetings virtually today, since we could not also meet physically due to the COVID-19 pandemic and security situation in our country. Most of the branches were duly represented in all our next meetings. Only the very first next meeting of this ESCO that was held in ACC Iroa when Dr. Ohens and Greg Enahoro joined their teleconferencing. Pursuit of our registration as the State Government State Ministry of Education. Following the directive by the Edo State Government, via the circular letter number STT 1250-3, addressed to all secondary school principals in the state. We wrote to the Honorable Commissioner for Education via our letter dated 23rd December 2021, requesting to be registered with the Department of Planning, Research and Statistics of the Ministry in line with the state's circular. Follow-up visits and discussions have been held with the Honorable Commissioner for Education, and to date, the expected registration has not been received. We will continue to pursue the registration in order to ensure we are fully covered in all the planned and ongoing projects in our school ACC Iroa. Key activities during the period. 1. Groundbreaking ceremony for the 1.5 million ACC reconstruction project on November 21st, 2020. Following the fixing of this ceremony for November 21st, a visit was paid to the Bishop of Holy Diocese on the 12th of November 2020 to formally invite him to the groundbreaking ceremony, as well as explore ways and means of making our alma mater back to the capital mission. We also pay the visit to the palace of the Okaiji of Pesaland, His Royal Highness, Saiki Okegwale Momomi II, the Onoje of Irua, to formally invite him to the groundbreaking ceremony. Can we please an honorarium of 100 was given to the Royal groundbreaking ceremony, which was where project supervision in ACC Irua. Several projects planned for ACC Irua. One of our great architects, was commissioned to help supervise the ongoing project in the school. Some of 100,000 naira was given to him for this supervision work. Assurance policy for we have continued to ensure that our members who are willing to participate in the life assurance policy project do so with the confidence that compensation will be received as structured. Two of our late members who subscribed to the policy had their applicable benefits paid to the nominated next of kin of the family. The families of late Professor Donald, who died on the 2nd of 2021, and late Sir Peter Agnes of Abuja branch, who died on the 13th January 2021, received the sum of 2 million and 10 million as sum assured respectively. I urge everyone to key into the assurance policy scheme in case of the unexpected. The time that we are in now is becoming so critical, so dangerous because of insecurity. We don't know when to come. That is part of our expectations.
Good morning, sir. No, I'll go.
So that able to have some benefit from the insurance to be able to pay down for survey of ACC. I want to report here that we have successfully carried out the land survey of ACC school compound to avoid land encroachment. This has guided the ongoing school fencing project without any landfall.
Alpha.
Past presidents to display our past president's photo in our proposal.
Make I give you some. Yeah, no worry. When I make
was spent on this. Honorary of Ilua's 50th coronation anniversary celebration. The Honorary of Ilua, the Akaikisa of Pesaland, Saiki Momon II, celebrated his 50th coronation anniversary in 2020, and we used the occasion to felicitate with him, place a goodwill message in the program brochure at the cost of 60,000 naira. An honorarium of 100,000 naira was also given to His Royal Highness at this occasion. Bishop Oyekwe's annual anniversary celebration. We were also cordially invited to the ordination anniversary of one of our own, Bishop Oyekwe, and the ceremony was well attended by Asherites. The donation of 50,000 was made on behalf of Akiba at the ceremony for the appreciation of the post. Repairs of the damaged electricity poles taking lives to our Asherites home. We spent the sum of 40,000 to re-erect the 2 damaged electricity poles that takes light to our Asherites multi-purpose home. to ensure we have electricity in the hall during events. Purchase of textbooks for Ashoba in our students. Our North American branch, led by Dr. Joseph Ohens, sent the sum of 420,000 naira to Ashoba national account for the purchase of textbooks for ACC Iroa. The books were purchased and handed over to the school principal as directed by the donors. ACC Iroa students enrollment for WISE and NECO in the year 2021. Through the contributions of members championed by our North American branch and Dr. Joseph Ohens, we successfully raised the sum of 430,000 naira and used it to enroll 5 students in WISE and 15 students in NECO in 2021 examinations. We thank all those who donated towards this project. Teachers recruitment for ACC Iroa. Following the observed lack of teachers in our alma mater, ACC1, a fundraiser was organized to enable us recruit quality teachers to teach core subjects in ACC Iroa. The sum of 37,000 was spent to advertise for teachers recruitment, and 10 teachers were subsequently recruited after a thorough interview by our members led by the late Professor Don Moike and our very own Professor Obi. The sum of 7,658,613 naira was raised during the fundraiser to enable us pay the monthly salaries of the recruited teachers. We have so far paid the teacher salaries to date, and the sum of 3.75 million naira have so far been spent on this project. We also purchased some teachers' chairs and tables for the teachers' use at the staff room. And this was at the cost of 345,000 naira. The furniture donated to the school for the teachers was through the voluntary donations made from individual branches and sets. We especially thank our 1974 set for donating a total of 1.92 million towards the payment of teachers' salary. The 10 teachers recruited by Ashoba resumed on the 1st of October 2021. Prayer of our late past President Edward Oiku. Following the guidance of one of our past national president, Mr. Edward Oiku, Ashoba members got involved in the burial activities. The sum of 200,000 naira was spent in supporting the burial ceremony. Lagos branch was to refund the sum of 100,000 to Ashoba national account as part of their contribution for this burial effort. We must thank our home branch members for their participation in the burial ceremony when the late president's body arrived. Mr. Edward Oiko's burial was the last official outing of our late immediate past global president, our very own Professor John of grand reception ceremony to celebrate 5 of our members, 5 Ashobas and associates in the current Edo State Cabinet. Following our realization that we have 2 Ashobas and 3 associates, Andrew Emanta and Honorable Stephen Dehere as Ashobite, and then of course we have Mrs. Osalize Salami, who is the daughter of Professor Sani Bamidele. Then we have Mrs. Maria Edeko Esquire, who is the wife of Dr. Tony Edeko. And then Sarah Esanbedu Ajosha Diogu, who is the daughter of late Mr. Esanbedu. we decided to organize a grand reception for them and use occasion to raise funds for the building of the new hostel, included hostel complex in ACC1, and get the state government buy-in for the project. The ceremony was truly grand. The state governor was ably represented by the secretary to the state government, Osaujo Okie Esquire, who made a personal donation of 1 million. The total sum of 2,909,840 naira was spent to organize the event, which took place at the prestigious Scotia Hotel in Benin. We realized over 80.4 million naira at that ceremony. So far, we have collected about 62.66 million from that total donation, including the 50 million donated by the chief launcher, our very own Prince Dr. Peter Ohens. We still have about 17.8 million to be collected from the various donors from that event. I must thank the initiators of this event, Dr. Joseph Ohens, and the global president for the initiative, and then members from various committees that organized the event. We must also thank members for giving their approval when it was muted. The ACC Innovative Education Endowment Fund, from a simple idea of helping the indigent students in ACC Innovative by the 1991-92 set, and the backing of the North American branch. This project has since become an Ashoka Global project. We have now been able to raise over 100 million as at April 8, 2022, towards the establishment of this education endowment fund to assist indigent students in our alma mater. This project is being driven by one of our own, Mr. Julius Adwaise of North America branch, and of course, Dr. Joseph Ohens. Reports and updates of the project are regularly being given to everyone on regular basis, and I implore everyone to always attend the meetings whenever scheduled by the managers of the endowment fund. Many of our late global president, Professor Don Omoto. Following the death of our immediate past global president, a committee led by Professor Ogi Dwabi, with membership from every branch of Akiba, was set up to assist the family in organizing a befitting burial for our departed colleague. A fundraiser was organized, which raised a total sum of 3,835,000. Total amount spent on the burial was 3,408,000, giving a balance of 727,000. This balance was later decided to be given to the family of our late global president, since the donations were meant to assist the family after all. We have since given the money to the family. Our participation in the burial of other friends by other friends. Following the invitation extended to Akiba by our past president, global president, Dr. Frank Odafe, we ensured the participated event in the burial ceremony. A donation of 200,000 was made during the church funeral service at Corpus Christi Catholic Church, Echo, who was made to organize a fundraiser during the organizers of the fundraiser during the ceremony. Annual Academic Excellence Award for students of ACC Iran. The Annual Academic Excellence Award to students of ACC Rua, which started in 27 of the school, which was well attended by members physically and via Zoom. It was also duly televised in the various televisions in the state in order to boost our reputation. Financial assistance to sick members. During the period under consideration, we had costs to raise funds from amongst us to assist some of our members who were having life-threatening sicknesses that they could not almost of the branch, the sum of 6,789,200 was $1,550 were raised amongst donors members to assist in his treatment. Akiba medical team also ensured the best of medical advice and assistance were given to him. Mr. J.I. Rabo, 1975 said, and Mr. Henry Uwane, 1981 said, both of home branch, got 2 million and 1.086 respectively, given to them by members. Also raised, given to them, given by members, and also raised another 3,086,000 to support their medical base. We also got an SOS call from for the support of the medical bill of Mr. David Agbo Vice Agboise, a 1984 set of the home branch, and donations are on. Is that the branch? Okay, sorry. Donations are currently ongoing. I must thank every donor for their donations and support for our sick colleagues. May God continue to provide and protect all of us in Jesus' name. Let me strongly appeal to all members to key into the life assurance policy that we have put in place to support matters like this. As I do not see donations towards medical needs of our members sustainable. Other contributions by sects, individuals, and branches. So far, we donated a donation of 2 lawnmowers by 1993 set. Was done on February 26, 2021. Donation of 4 lawnmowers by 1979 set was done on 3rd of April 2021. A 6-bedroom en-suite copper lodge was reconstructed and furnished by 1983 set. Commission on 15th September 2021. Shelter table tennis and volleyball court by 1990 set, and this was done on 20th April 2021, comprising of 2 lawn tennis balls and accessories. Perimeter fencing at the back of the school beginning from St. Anselm Catholic Church by 1987. Configuration of fencing consolidation of the back perimeter fence by 1979 set, which was completed in May 20. Has not been fenced. We will continue to beg sets and members to participate in this fencing project so that we can complete it and give some form of security improvement to our meeting. Our own Dr. Joseph Ohens fight ball and water pump on the 16th of February this year. He also gave 200 watt of ultra-modern projector in January for this year. So we must thank him for this personal donation to ACC Iran. 7 sets of all recommended textbooks for junior secondary school and 7 sets of all recommended textbooks for senior secondary UK branch was also done. The 10 copies of the chemistry textbooks on Daily Sunday of the branch was done. 2 million worth of food items comprising 50 bags of 50 kg rice and 70 kg bags of beans bagged into 15 each was also donated by some members from North America branch led by Dr. Ohens. Constitution review. Our great association has grown to become truly a global association with branches now in North America and United Kingdom. Another branch in Europe will come up soon. Hence, the current constitution had to be amended to ensure it is applicable to all branches of Akiba all over the world. Akiba NEC had to set up a constitutional review committee headed by the indefatigable Ubede Esquire of Abuja branch, with membership from all branches. The committee spent quality time to review upon their submission of their report. NEC also met and reviewed what the committee will submit to AGM today for proper consideration and approval. I implore everyone to have meaningful input during the consideration of the Constitution because it is the guiding principle that will govern the way we do things in Akiba going forward. The medical center building project. You all would have seen the magnificent building project of the proposed medical center in the school. It is a 12-bedroom project which is nearing completion. This project is single-handedly being done by one of our own. We shall celebrate it when the time comes. We all need to continuously pray to God for the further endowment so that the project will be completed to time and God continue to bless the donor in conclusion, that long report was an attempt to ensure and report as much of what has happened in association since the last AGM in 2019. I am sure most of what has been reported, I'm sure most of the reported items were already known to all of us. Since we have always disclosed our activities in our Ashoba WhatsApp platform. But it is important that we echo them here for the benefit of all of us since we are in our annual general meeting. It is on this note, gentlemen, fellow Ashoba, I want to thank every one of you for making out time to attend this all important AGM and wish each and every one of us happy celebration. May God bless you all. Thank you so much. All right, so I think somebody is My name is member of Branch. Under Medical Center Management Program.
Dover Priory, calling.
Yes. That is the microphone. Gentlemen, I tell you, when we get back, all the reports that were read in this meeting will be shared on the global platform so that all of us can have copies of our private. So it's unfortunate that the city not copies shall go around everybody. But if we don't have my assurance that we will share it at the global platform, all the reports that bring to be here, what we share, that we all have copies at our private homes. I beg you.
Thank you, President. I have a request that I be allowed to see so that I can use my screen.
You are permitted.
Thank you. On a note of announcement, first, the President's report is already available on the global platform as well as the One Branch platform. As far as I'm done with it as well, it will also be the platform along with all the reports that were presented as well by the President. Thank you. The report presented by the General Secretary of Antonio Catholic College, Old Boys Association at during the 28th Annual General Meeting AGM held at ACC Multipurpose Hall, Iroa, on 9th July 2022. The presidents and members of the Board of Trustees, Group presidents, chairmen of Akiba branches and sets, elders of Akiba, the principals of ACC junior and senior schools, distinguished old boys. I count myself honored and privileged to have been elected along with other members of the National Executive Council, NEC of Akiba, during the 27th Annual General Meeting, AGM, which held on the 16th day of November 2019. This report covered the periods of November 2019 to July 2022. As earlier reported by the global presidents, AGM could not hold in 2020 and 2021 due largely to the COVID-19 pandemic, coupled with deaths and resultant burial of the then global president, Professor Ohens. Presidential appointments. During the first meeting of the National Executive Council after the election, the then president, Professor Ohens, presented the following names and their positions for approval by NEC. This action was designed to bring in more persons on board so that the administration would have a wider reach. For Presidential Global Liaison Officer, Dr. Frank Odakwe, who then was the immediate global president, was presented. For the Presidential Liaison Officers, 5 were presented. Professor Omiwu Jambi of Home Branch, Mr. Ehime Abuti, Lagos Branch, Mr. Paul Kwa, Warri Branch, Mr. Steve Akalu, Home Branch, and Mr. Eric Edewole of Benin Branch. Election of new ESCO. The current members of the Executive Committee were elected during the 27th AGM on the 16th of November 2019. Constitutionally, having spent 3 years in office, an election AGM should have taken place in 2021. Unfortunately, the deaths and subsequent burial of the then president did not make that possible. However, a previous call for election AGM had to be put on hold following an appeal to NEC from Akiba North America on the need to review the Akiba Constitution that will make Akiba truly global so as to guarantee the rights of our diaspora branches. Meanwhile, following the deaths of the global presidents, the then president, NEC approved that Vice President 1, Sir Dr. Pasai Sele, should take over as the new global president. This automatically makes the position of the Vice President 1 vacant, which needs to be filled before the general elections are conducted. Ratification of the new Akiba Constitution. The reviewed constitution drafts of Akiba, as submitted by the Constitution Review Committee, will therefore be discussed and ratified, hopefully, in the course of today's AGM. Branches of Akiba. The branches of Akiba that are in existence worldwide are Abuja, Benin, Home, Lagos, Port Harcourt, Warri, North America, and United Kingdom. It is heartwarming to note that a branch in Europe is fast galvanizing members with our next meeting scheduled to hold on the 17th of July 2022 with Honorable Aminowale Benedict as Pro-Tem Secretary. I think it's on this AGM, but I saw it some time ago. Join. Meetings. During the period of review, 8 formal meetings of NEC were held physically and virtually due to the COVID pandemic. However, on numerous occasions, interactions took place via the official WhatsApp platform of NEC on issues as they arose. It is important to bring to the notice of this House that Port Harcourt branch was not officially represented in any of these meetings, in spite of the fact that notices of meetings and reminders were always sent. However, a NEC member, as well as an observer from the branch, attended NEC meetings on different occasions. The table displayed shows also on your report there, shows the dates the meeting were held, the mode the meeting took place, and of course the branches that were absent. Akiba's social media platforms, both WhatsApp and Telegram. During the period under review, ACC Worldwide WhatsApp platform was infiltrated by some individuals with suspicious motive. Consequently, the platform was closed and Akiba Global WhatsApp group was created in its place. Chairmen and secretaries of branches were given the task to populate the platform with only active and financial members of their respective branches. With the attainment of the maximum number of participants in Akiba Global WhatsApp platform, the group was opened in Telegram, which has the capacity to accommodate more participants. Other WhatsApp platforms have since been created for effective determination and coordination of Akiba activities. These include Akiba Business Forum for advertising and marketing related information. Akiba Projects. This group has project committee members who identify and prioritize projects to be executed in the school to avoid duplication of efforts. Akiba says, this group, which has chairmen, coordinators, and secretaries of sets as participants, helps to coordinate development activities of different sets of Akiba that have a formal administrative structures. Committees. During the period, the National Executive Committee (NEC) set up the following committees. As indicated in the table, we have the project committee that liaises with Akiba secretariats and the principals to prioritize the projects to be carried out at the school. Chairman, the heads of that committee, secretary, Sadiq Abuwaka. That committee is still active. 2. Committee for the burial of late global president, Professor Wendy. This was to plan and execute the burial of the late global president, Professor Wendy, with Professor Jambi as chairman, Mr. David Mohan as secretary. This action has been concluded and reports submitted. 3. Grant reception planning committee. This was to organize the honoring of 4 old boys or associates in the State cabinet and fundraise for ACC hostel projects. With their 3 co-chairmen, Mr. Victor Taikwe, Dr. Mondo Segari, with Mr. Eric Edebode as secretary. This committee is still active. 4. Constitution Review Committee. The review, which is to review the Akiba Constitution, with Barrister Hebe Ogbede as chairman. They were to appoint a secretary. I'm not too sure I have any of that. But in any case, the report has been submitted and the report will be considered today, hopefully. Okay, we was chairman and secretary. As a worship please, enlighten us. Honoring of past presidents. As agreed by NEC, the photographs of past presidents of Akiba are available to be displayed in Akiba Hall of Fame. The Secretariat has not been able to get the photograph of Colonel Sedenu retired from Port Harcourt branch. All efforts are made so far have not yet any results. Projects. As already highlighted by the global president, a lot of projects have been completed and donated by the school, while some related to the school, yes, while some are still ongoing. Yes. Many of our members from different branches died during the period of the review. Visible among them are engineer Edwards Oiku, presidents 2015, President 2019, then Elder Okorua Martins, past National Secretary. Recommendations. Branches are encouraged to forward a list of their members indicating sets to enable the Global Secretariat build up a comprehensive database of members worldwide. I sincerely thank the House for the opportunity given to me to contribute my quota to our great association. Thanks for listening. Long live Akiba. ACC.
Thank you so much for this presentation. Again, we will expect motions and adoption to of course accept this report for our use in this meeting. Yes, I think we might do.
ACC, Isaac Ohens, Ezekiel, Chief Whip Branch. I want to thank our Global Secretary for a very good and elaborate detailed report. And this reminds me of one of our then UN Secretary General, Kofi Annan. It's a good work. I appreciate him and I'm thankful for him. Based on that, I hereby move a motion adopting the report given to us by our very senior brother for a deliberation. I hereby move for the acceptance. Thank you.
All right, who is seconding the motion? Good afternoon. Otherwise, Dr. Francis Ukwa, one branch. Please, observation is on purpose of record. I want the secretary to 3 names that died before the report. I remember our agreement is not recorded there. Professor Ute is not recorded there. And the young man that died recently is not there. Thank you.
Okay, it's like the very thing. That's why you want to be afraid. Put them there.
We actually had a report of death from so many branches, including the US and the UK. So what I did was just to say we lost members, but I specified the past national officers. But they are actually very many. I have all the records. Thank you.
All right. I think we'll go straight to the report, the financial secretary's report. Quickly share this. All right, we invite the treasurer, the financial secretary to please do the presentation. Okay, can you see that?
SFA. If you have your WhatsApp, you can just go to the global and the whole branch platform you see there. For the chairman here, you can quickly share out your own branches too.
Again, we will share all these reports. In fact, the president's report, the secretary's report, they are already at the meeting, they are already at the global platform. So this other one will again be shared.
Just accept it through WhatsApp, here with us. Thank you. Again, my name is Mike Yomi, the Global Financial Secretary. And the report that we have here today is a combination of the Financial Secretary and the Treasurer's report. If you look at the summary at the first page, that was the technical work of the Treasurer, who is a professional accountant and auditor. The report that we have, as a matter of fact, contains the analysis of some of the issues that have been cited by the Global President and the Global General Secretary.
It is important that we give attention to the person talking so that you will know that he's doing something for all of us. Just need to know.
Check the platform is there now. Just check the whole platform. Check the platform is there.
Secretary, Financial Secretary, hold on, please.
Yes,
all right, continue. Sorry, Adama, please.
Mr. President, sir, we observe that the same set of persons that got the hard copies when you spoke and when the secretary spoke, and perhaps another that are getting the hard copies here. And so there have never been enough copies to go around. If it wasn't necessary to give back hard copies at all, then there was only given to some and leaving others. That is our position. If you give to one, there's an implied obligation to give to all. We can't afford any discrimination here.
All right, hello. What is important is that, hello, all here have been given, and you have my assurances that these copies will be shared all over again in the platform, global platform, so that all of us will get to have it as a personal document. So if we are managing crisis as a doing, it's unfortunate we didn't bring many copies to go around. Please do not take offense. We apologize for not being able to make enough copies available for all of us. Maybe we underestimated the number of turnouts, but it's important that we know we are giving our promise. Please do not take offense. Please come. Can you give this to Adama? This is my copy. Thank you. Okay, I want to believe it is settled. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So you can go ahead, Princess.
If I have the permission of the Global President, again, I will sincerely apologize that my copy did not go around. I underestimated this there with me. Like I was saying, the first page contains a summary of this financial report. And then we have the analysis of income for the period that we presented. I will look to the last page because that is where you have the summary, so that if I take every page by page, some of them are going to be duplications, and then eventually it will take so long. But for the last page,
we have the summary tabulated for income and then for expenditure. And the names of those who made contributions at different times that the president referred to, for instance, those who made contribution for the late brother, our late brother, Ben, and those who also contributed during the award in Benin. The names are also here. The amount as contributed are also reflected in the various notes that are attached to the pages. And then for the last page, we have a summary, so I will just take that quickly so that we can all be on the same page. We have a summary for 2021, then 2022, and we have a brought forward too, which came from 2021 and 2020. We recall that 2020 was more of COVID year, and nothing substantial was done, except for the meeting that was held in March. Secretarial expenses for 2021, we have 143,800 naira. And then for 2022, so far, we have 29,750 naira. For subscription to life insurance, a total of 1,683,500 naira was subscribed as premium for 2021. And for 2022, we have not had that. And then we have for next hosting, 10,000 naira was expended in 2021. And for ACC project and groundbreaking, 300,000 naira. Honorarium to Honorary of Irua, that was the instruction of the former global president, 100,000 naira. Electrification of Akioba Hub, this very hub, we did that in conjunction with the school principal, Dr. Ekore, and then we have, that was 40,000 naira in 2021 too. And then the total we have for 2022, we have the production of past president pictures, which we have reflected here, 60,000 naira. We have an anniversary donations to Bishop Oyekme during when he invited the Akiba to that platform, 50,000 naira was pledged and redeemed. And then goodwill message to Honorary of Irua during his 50th coronation anniversary, 60,000 naira. Enrollment of Akiba students for WAEC, 130,000. And then enrollment for NECO, 300,000. All this breakdown, like I said, are contained inside. You will see those who made those donations if you look at the narratives that are attached. Publication of vacancy for teachers in ACC, 37,000 naira. And then we have purchase of textbook, 420,000 naira. Then burial, expense for the burial of past president, the global platform made the donation to the family for 200,000 naira. Production of teachers' table and chairs, we have a total of 345,000 naira. And then charges that was made for hard token, 2,660 naira. Payment of teachers' salary for October 2021 to May 2022, 3,100,000 naira. That was to the late architect too. Expense on reception of government appointees, 3,429,000 naira. Then transfer to endowment fund. Because a lot of persons made donations to endowment fund into our paper account. So we had to refund it to our endowment fund when the account was open. 18,200,000 naira. Then support to Omoike's family after the burial balance, 757,000 naira. Donation to the church at Tuyele, Corpus Christi Catholic Church during the Dr. Ohens, Dr. Ohens' father's burial, 200,000 naira. Then transfer to Christopher, 16,000 naira. and then refund to the global president from the assets that we made to transfer to the account during the award ceremony, 89,860,000 naira. And if you put that together, we'll see that we have a total expense of 28,175,005 naira, 36 kobo, because we had bank charges of 28,707 naira and 86 kobo. On the income aspect, we have brought forward of 2,153,372 naira 20 kobo. And then monthly due, we have a total of, sorry, I think there is something submitted here. It should have been 1,415,000, not 1,125,000. It's 1,415,000. Life insurance contribution, 1,119,000 naira. Income from hub, this very hub, 252,700 naira. Donation, we have 50,000 naira. Support to enroll some Akiba, 130,000 naira. And then support to enroll some Cogneco, 300,000 naira. Contribution for teachers' salary, 7,658,613 naira 10 kobo. Contribution for endowment fund, 18,200,000. Contribution for teachers' table and chair, 360,000 naira. Proceed for Jubilee, 100,000. And fund raised during reception of government appointees, 5,740,100 naira. And then donation for modern hostel, 11,270,000 naira. Contribution for teacher salary, that was made recently by 1974, 980,000 naira. And then support to Ben Austin, Demudea for burial, 1,333,004 naira. That one is still here, not yet expended. That is why we are not captured in the expenditure. And then the transfer came, but we later realized it was from Mr. Moses, who are on the Warri branch. Instead of Fidelity, he gave it in the Union Bank, so it was difficult for us to get until the statement came out. So we captured it just as transfer, but later we discovered that 3,000 naira. And then that gives us a total of 46,441,903 naira 71 kobo. And then when we do a summation of 2021 and 2022, it will be 50,843,958 naira 94 kobo. And when we subtract that from the total expense of 30,453,872 naira and 78 kobo, we will have a balance of 20,390,086 naira 16 kobo. This is a
okay, we thank you for the presentation. Again, we will subject that to the formal acceptance by this meeting for our use. Can someone move a motion to adopt this financial report for our use in this meeting? All right, Adama. Adama. Okay.
The acceptance of the reporters even for deliberation.
All right, and who is second? All right.
I decided to raise my hand on this side of the bar because in my section as a member of this body, I've never seen the financial report so detailed and explicit as what I'm seeing today. Thank you very much for the presentation.
Thank you so much.
I want to vehemently support to discuss this thing at this meeting. Thank you very much.
All right, So we will accept the support for that. Do we have a report on the treasurer or is it substitute? Okay. Now, can we have the report on the school principals if they are here? The school principals. If they are here. All right, so principal senior secondary school. Are you giving the microphone?
SSA, our global president, members of NEC, members of Board of Trustees, branch chairman and secretary, my co-principal, officer.
Hello, gentlemen. It is important that we listen to whoever is doing the presentation. It's for the reason of all of us that we are here. Please listen to him.
I'm deeply elated and honored on this opportunity to present this report to my respected and grateful voice at this annual general meeting. On the management of this school since my posting as principal to this college. They have to put the report together because the principal of the junior secondary are not been posted. So we have to lump the report together. I wish to place on record that my posting to this school came for when there were critical challenges facing our alma mater. These challenges include inadequate teaching manpower, gross indiscipline among students, a lack of teaching and learning material in the school. In order to tackle these daunting challenges, various strategies were adopted and yielded some positive and desired results. First, the creation of awareness of these challenges to post-primary education board within cities. Although their response was proactive at that time, the impact was, however, very minimal. Secondly, the reconstitution of the school-based management committee. Currently, the chairman of that committee is our oldest old boy priest, also which has largely supported the engagement of community-based teachers in the school. Thirdly, the divine intervention through an association, Calicular Association, Ashover, in the recruitment of teachers in science and art-based subjects in the school, both senior and junior section. This singular art by Ashover has greatly increased the manpower needs of our school and the effectiveness of teaching and learning. Fourthly, the intervention of Association of National Professionals through one of our distinguished old boys in the provision of 3 teachers to our school. Through regular meeting with teachers, sometimes joint meeting with the junior secondary school, and monitoring of teachers, the quality of teaching and learning in our school, both at the junior and senior, has tremendously improved. When I came in here as the principal, when I'll be moving towards the classroom to inspect classes in the morning, students will be jumping through the window. It was a terrible experience. Professor Dambi also said, or when some of our teachers also corroborated my statement. They would just jump through the window. I begin to wonder. So gradually, we have been able to calm them down. Teacher learning became very effective when the old boy teacher actually came in. Because you cannot tell students to sit down and be reading in the class when there are no teachers to teach them. And besides, you don't discover that many of them sit for a scam. They tell principals, you know, makes sense again. Whether you go to school or not, you must get money. But gradually, invited people as counselors that have visited our school to talk to the students, and gradually we are moving forward. Thank you very much. Also, through coordinated approach by the school management, the tone of discipline among students have improved tremendously. In those days, when you are passing through the road, you used to see students running up and down, moving to go to market, but we have reduced that one to the very minimum. Except the child is sick, he has no right to go home. And if you see on the street during school hours, it's indefinite suspension. And that has really helped us. The school days, the school management has put in place teaching and learning requisites that will no doubt reenact the habit of reading culture and competition among students, which our college was known for in the past. The process of reviewing our college for grading has just started. I wish to personally appeal to all critical stakeholders, particularly our old boys, not to relent their ever generous disposition in supporting the college. If we make comparative analysis with other schools around us, ACC is coming back. Our business on school hours. When you visit on schools now, before you enter the compound, you have to look for a stick to move out some weed from the road. So I'm very grateful to all of you. While we are full of anticipation that the school will be handed over to the old boys for repositioning by the government, there is need to continue with all development efforts in the process of reviving this great college. Based on our expectations for the next academic year, the population of this school will double seriously. By second and third term, in fact, third term, let me just make a remark, third term, somebody has to bring his child from Edo College to ACC. Edo College. When he brought the child to us, I told him my son, who was at St. Andrew College in Bodie, I brought him here so that if they are teaching other students, the teachers are teaching, they can also teach my child. So he brought his son, the boy is here with us. And I'm sure by next academic session, we are going to get an upsurge of population today in this school. Encouragement and support from our children. The repairs and extension of electricity from old Reverend Father's house to the school Old West Hall through Professor John Omeki of blessed memory. So if we have light now, we can just on the light and there will be light in this place. We don't have light in the biology lab, physics lab, principal's offices. Even the junior principal, we just extended light to our office. Thank you very much. The laying of foundation on the ongoing building of 12-bed space hospital by Dr. Peter Akoji, please just delete that 20. The construction and completion of first and second phases of perimeter fence at the back of the school by 1980 and 1999 Ashoba sets. We are very grateful to these two sets. The Valley region has been blocked at last. The Valley region. Last year, I must confess to you, somebody was just passing through the Valley region to the school and cited a place that was prepared for all these ritualist people.
court people. They have prepared the place. They took some of our chairs and everything there. They put some, even the JSS band, they put it there and some other things. When we got the information, we probably called it the police, the DCO one. In fact, it was raining down very day. They just dispatched about 12 policemen to the college and moved out all the things in that place. And that was what we did. With the first on the valley now, the movement of people to that area is no longer possible. And we have also made a report to the police that surveillance. The only thing when they come, they will collect money from us. But we'll continue to do that. Thank you very much. Okay. Then the renovation, completion, and control of copper law by 1936. We now have all the coppers are there now, about 7 of them. Even when the student teachers for AU came, we are going to put them in the common room, about 4 of them were able to use that place. So we appreciate the 1983 set. The donation of 2 lumbar by 1993 sets, the donation of 4 lower by 1979 sets. You can look at the compound. We are using the MOA very, very well. We promise you, though the cost of Latina is high, we continue to do our best. Then donation of 2 table tennis board and volleyball equipment by 1996. The renovation and completion of the underground water well of 1,500 liters capacity by 1981. They actually promised us they were going to raise it up so that we can pump water to the offices. But the cost of materials became very high. That was the other year. So we see appeal to them, they should come and raise up the overhead tank and buy the DP tank, extend electricity so that we can pump water around the classroom and offices. Then the donation of textbook to stock the school mini library. We appeal to project committee, we need books. Even if the old library was dotted, the only way also makes students to so the buildings behind them under the NDDC, we converted 2 rooms to mini library, and we have stopped the books there, and we have 2 coppers that are helping us to manage the textbook. So then we borrow, after 1 month they will return, and we are doing that one very well. We also have a donation of projector machine as mentioned by the group by Dr. Joseph. Donation of 50 bags of rice and 3 bags of beans to us during the lesson and carol to felicitate during the Christmas year. We appreciate that. To support medical from Agrosali University by Dr. Joseph Ohens. Payment and enrollment for 5 white and 15 eco-education students 2021 examination year with a total of 430,000 through the project committee chairman Dr. Joseph Ohens. Please, the result is attached. If you look at the result inside, that is the NECO result. I think the global president saw it when they brought it to us. That of the white result is difficult for us to assess. No rival.
Mr. President,
you are most welcome, one. Okay, all you are most welcome, sir. So for the result, in fact, we used to have broadsheets which sent to school. Through the broadsheets, we are able to assess the results of all the students. It's no longer like that. The results are now student customized. That means if we have to get results to analyze for old boys, we have to wait for when the certificate will be out. So for 2021, once we get the certificate, before we can now download it and send it to you on platform. Payments and enrollment for 20 this year through the project committee chairman, a sum of 500,000 naira was sent to the school to enroll 20 indigenous students. The criteria are specified to the committee. For instance, we could have orphans. We could have parents that stay with their dad and own their parent, aged grandfather or grandmother. We also have a sexually gifted children, but they don't have the opportunity to register. So we have about 6 criteria we use to select these diligent students. So for this year, they posted 500,000 to register for 20 students and 25,000. So we appreciate the global secretary. Thank you very much. Then sponsorship of academic excellence award for 3 students in the junior and senior section by 1997, which came up during the 9 lesson and carol last year. The interview and employment of 10 graduate teachers, science and art based for both senior and junior. That it was Professor Jambia and late Professor Morkin that provided that interview. One of them tried to argue with me recently. One of the teachers that was not employed. I brought out the list, the scores. I showed it to him. He scored only 50. But the best person scored 79 for against Mr. Kodwa, while the next person was 74, Mrs. Aredo. And those were the people that were employed. There was no jury about it. So I thank the committee for the effort. One, keeping the record for future use. Then we have engagement of 2 security personnel. The gate man there, who is retired, is back home, so we're engaging. I think he's doing very well. We also have 1 watch night. Then the 2 SBNs, we also employ 1 watch night. So we have 2 watch nights, then 1 gate man. Those are the people that are helping us to. Then the purchase and supply of 12 tables and chairs for Ashoka teachers. So that one is not attached. Then lastly, the donation of 4 dual-purpose whiteboard markers for the school by Dr. Ohens. There were problems. Most of the boards are bad. So I started Oliver Twist all the time. Ohens not they call Oliver Twist. So every time we shout to project committee, by the grace of God, they have always responded to help us. With this massive support from an association Cali College Old West Association, Akiobra, collecting effort has been harnessed by the school management ensuring that I just mention one thing here. ACC has been nominated as one school in Edo State from this Edo Senatorial District to coordinate learning assessment strategy sponsored by the Netherlands government under Edo State government. They came here where they said they want to do an assessment for 30 students. I will send the list to them. They did the election by themselves. We arranged the students to write the exam on their own. First time in the history of my teaching profession, they were put one by one in the computer lab to write the examination. And they did very well. They did very well. So I'm using that one as a kind of benchmark for other students now. In the next few years, you must do your exam on your own. And they are actually key into it. So all this effort you are making, they are giving positive results. Secondly, ACC has now been designated as a NECO marking center. So from this year, marking of NECO within the Edo Center will now be in ACC bureau. Thank you very much. So that the school can regain back glory in the next couple of years. We're looking forward to the commencement of Ashoba Endowment Funds, the building of the hostel complex, the renovation of the college proposed e-library. I think Aquera is looking that and they say they want to help us to work on the e-library. I'm still hoping that you folks come before I retire, right? So that we can do it together. The provision of science equipment in our laboratory and sport facility. The roadmap and foundation that will lead, if I launch an association curriculum to greatness, will have been holistically linked. Thank you very much for listening.
right. We must appreciate the school principal for this very beautiful information contained in this report. I think we are obviously seeing a lot of inputs and contributions to the school. They are not failing us at all. So maybe again we require a motion to accept this report for our deliberations. Who is moving the motion for the adoption of this report? Yes, give the microphone to the next chairman.
Yes, all right. I'm listening to the wonderful report, hard report by the principals of the alma mater. I, Alan Osagali, move that this report be adopted for identification. Thank you very much.
All right, immediately who is seconding it? Yes.
Remember the focus and start with secondary motion. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay. All right. I don't know whether we should go straight to reports from branches so that we'll just be done with it. All right. Let's take Abuja branch. 22. So what? All right.
Mr. President, sir, I would think that just like somebody remarked or observed, better we take once we have presented.
Then we'll go to branch. Beautiful. I just want to carry everybody along. So we take, maybe we take it in the sequence the reports we are getting. If there are discussions, remarks on the president's speech. Okay, Mr. Era, please.
The president, ESCO, and dear members of our association.
Yeah.
Our very dear members of this association. We sincerely thank all those that have presented their reports at this AGM, especially the president, who gave a very detailed report, and the financial secretary, who made our day. That is without saying that the rest have not done well. All of you have done well. But I want to make a few remarks. First is the project supervision in ACC. I need some education there, because from the reports presented, all projects that were done by sets and individuals were funded by those sets and individuals. But I see here project supervision in ACC Roa, where one person was paid 100,000 from the association's account. I find that a deviation from normal, and I don't know why that. Okay. The secondly, sir, let me just finish. Secondly, sir, I want to also acknowledge that some of the projects, some of us also did some of our sets, like the 77 sets, was not captured. Maybe it is not within the time frame. I want to also get it because we made some provision of 256,000 to buy mattresses for coppers and pay some fees, the enrollment fee for certain set of persons during the period. Those were also not, those were not captured. We don't know whether it is
it's outside the period. So we also want to be educated. Thank you very much. Those are just a few points.
Okay. Let me quickly respond to the first one, which is the 100,000 paid to for project supervision. That was the project was meant for the ongoing project, the ongoing health facility, which is the 12-bed project, which is outside. It's not being spent by national. What happened was that the 100K was paid to national for onward delivery to the man nominated to supervise the project. But since it passed through us, we cannot fail to mention it in our financials. That is why it's there. And then in respect of the 266,000 spent by 77 SEC, that is not within the period being reviewed. That's why it was not mentioned. Thank you so much. Dr. Alex, okay, so
I'm an SSO, the chair of the house, during your presidential reports, you did mention that that Lagos State branch is owing the national 100,000 loan. That was not the case. When we lost past president Ohens, Lagos State branch needed the idea that we have the force, we were to give that rather than do it individually, we would pass that money to the national. I think I called the Canada was there. That, you know, that this is what we are thinking about. Whether national is planning to give any money. So I think we wanted back to that, yes. And they're going to give 100,000 naira. So that's okay. I will pay us to that account so that we do one check since we are going as one body. So it is not as if national paid 200,000 naira and we're doing 100,000.
I've just corrected. The secretary has said the truth is what you have said now. Exactly. It's not that you are only going to pay. Because the combined check that was given from
yes. So we recorded that we're too old. It's okay. So on page 4, under the ground section, I want to put it on record here that we paid, well, it's not part of the report, we paid 25,000 naira for a full page advertorial. So we're giving half page. Just on record. The money I can pay, 25,000 naira. So I know so that you will not show me the details. I think I'm done with that.
Thank you so much for the comment. Any further comments on the presidential report? Sorry if those in diaspora are raising their hands so that they won't be left out in this discussion. So we monitor to see if anyone there wants to say something, so that we also give them the chance because it's one meeting. All right. If we are done with that, then we can go straight to the General Secretary's report. If there are comments or observations. Otherwise, we move straight to the Financial Secretary's report. Sorry, I missed you.
President.
Yes, sir.
I just want to look at the secretary's report. I just want to place a word there in case of future. You have a capture when you have pets. Please, is it possible to highlight? You have when you have pets.
Okay, which page are you referring to now?
I don't have, I want to know, but I just saw it. Okay. Yes, page 3. Page 3. Yes. Not that I'm afraid of them. I don't think anybody's afraid. But I just think we should use a better word for that. What's like past stages. And then don't shy away from mentioning all those that have passed on subsequently. It helps us to know our life cycles. Please, it's good you put it. List all of them in next meeting. Those that are passed on, let us know them. It's our history. However many they are, like you were saying that we are too many, so we feel this today. That's just all I want to observe.
All right, elderly are not always comfortable when dry bones and all of us, we always have this nostalgia towards death, but death is inevitable. So with our correction and observation is taken, we will amend it subsequently. Hold on. My global president, just to follow what Mike said, the standard price is called necrology. Necrology is of recently dead people. So after next time, General Secretary, I'm taking it to put it as necrology. Okay, we have to especially make that work. All right, so any further comments on the secretary's report? Otherwise, we move over to principal's report. Okay, Professor Jami, principal's report.
Thank you, Mr. President, and great members. I'd like to start by actually congratulating the principal for the good job doing this. I'm not surprised because it's one of us. But I just have two observations. The first is on this issue of indigent students. From the report presented, we have the results circulated, only 15, and we paid for 15 of them. So does it mean that all those who are enrolling for are indigent? Because we do not need to put so much pressure on those who are making the support. I would have suggested that, yes, just like you have the criteria, there should be some persons who should be able to enroll for themselves. Otherwise, if they are not ready to enroll, then we don't need to force them to enroll for NECO. And then this year again, we are spending $500,000 to enroll for indigent students. And I'm also very sure that we will end up enrolling for all of them. So I think that there should be caution there so that we don't displace our priorities. And then secondly, he talked about linking directly with the project, the chairman of project committee. I'm a man of due process, and I expect that any request of this nature should be channeled to the president. It is the president that will decide whether to refer the matter to the project committee. So I think that is the process we should adopt in our future operations. Thank you.
Have you give the mic to Greg?
Thank you, Mr. President. No rival. I still want to speak on the principal's report. You know, when we come to AGM like this, it's an opportunity for us to get what I call holistic reports. And if we have reports and we have jettisoned any remark, it means that that report have technically passed. So if we have moved from president to secretary to vice secretary or principal, what it means practically and in cabinet management is that those three have passed. So what has not passed is what we are talking about now. So I want to raise an observation. When I listen to the principal, did report, I realized, I may be wrong, I stand to be corrected. I have one. I realized that the bulk, if not 95% of the principal's report, speaks on our action on the school. It ought not to be so. We are old boys. This is our alma mater. When principal come to speak to old boys, he come to tell the old boys what is called the state of the nation of the school. He tells us everything about the school. I would have expected to hear, because the government for me is funny that when we are doing this much, we are not hearing any talk about it. I had expected that he will juxtapose our action in the school vis-a-vis that of the government. As you tell us that we are buying ones, we are buying A to Z. As old boys, we have a right to know the government is doing to our school. We have a right. And if that report is not there, this report is not complete. It's not complete. Because when we face government tomorrow, because government is becoming very arrogant and unwilling and near deafness to what we are doing, we need to be able to stand the government face to face and say, if you own the school, because that has always been their slogan, that they own the school. You shouldn't be brandishly saying you own the school and are doing nothing and you think to be a genuine owner. And we cannot stand de facto position and be doing the work of a jure operator. So the principal owes this Congress a duty to tell us what the government is doing. A while ago, we heard that we have just 2 teachers. Now we have built the number. What has government done? Because you see, it is painful for me, but it's to come and talk about a set that has done an underground well, and it's still begging us to do an extension to an overhead tank. Very soon, we will soon come ourselves and be clearing the field. We have just presented more. We will soon come and be cleared by ourselves. So please, we want to know in this AGM, what is the state government of Edo State doing in ACC? Because now they are quick to adopt this school as a venue for their marketing. It's because we have a defeating hall. We need to face this fast. That's one of my points. And then I want to join Professor Ogden to raise a note of caution in the way the school is being developed. I appreciate everyone that is developing. If I have my way, I know what to do, I will also do, but I will not want to be set up or be terrorized. In your words, just now, Mr. Principal, you already said that my beloved brother is ready to call you Oliver Twist. It's because you are pestering me too directly. I had expected that if you have a request, it's our school. North America is a branch of the global body. It is a branch. It doesn't matter the amount of money. Don't have generosity to make it that you call it, because we get most of the report from North America. I'm sure they're hearing me. From North America, it's Ohens is briefing us on what you people are doing in ACC, and I think that is wrong. And it's because it cannot tell you no. So don't kill the willing horse. All right? If you have a request, meet the secretariat. The barrier is a stone throw. Even with a bike, you can reach him. You cannot reach him on phone. On bike, you can reach him. Reach him and let him speak to the president, which he believes. If it's a matter that we desire an assistance from anywhere, the president can still reach the North America. So I want to speak on behalf of Global Council, speak on behalf of myself and all those who are thinking like me, and maybe on behalf of North America. Let us not be calling them directly to bring the dollars. Let us tell the secretariat. Some of the things they are doing for you is what we can do if you let us know. So please, let's maintain this protocol so that everybody will be happy. Otherwise, sooner or later, we'll kill the willing horse. Thank you very much.
I think what you have said is very clear. You can give the mic to the principal just for his response and clarifications.
Thank you, my president. From Professor Jan, the registration for education is not for all the students. For NECO exam, we know that basically most of our students will prefer WAEC. Yes, WAEC exam and WAEC result because they feel that international NECO is not acceptable, but that is not correct. For us here, if we, for instance, last year, the global secretariat paid for 15. The number will have, I think, about 42. 42, yes. Out of 42, they pay for 15. Two, we also feel that we have to retain our center. If perhaps we are not going to get the maximum number of students to register at ACC, which is 22 for NECO, that means the following year we have to do re-accreditation. And that re-accreditation, I know 2019, the old boys paid, I think Benin branch paid for re-accreditation. Home branch, okay. So to obtain the right of the school, after receive the number of candidates that on their own can pay, we now make a kind of personal request to the global secretariat. There are actually about 4 students who are not able to register for a while at all. So they will have missed out completely. Then request for support from the two presidents. Well, most of the things I do, most cases, even the last request for the indigenous students, I also dialogue with the president. So now that you are corrected, I should write through it also through the secretary. I will just do that. For the action of government in the school, raised by South Betty, I'm very sorry, you know. When I came in here in 2019, there were 2 women a teacher in the senior, then the junior, I think 3, 1 man. Today, those I brought in here through the board, they have all been made principal. So I have one on level 10 in May, then on level 30 in June. Government have not recruited teachers since 2008. I'm not telling the truth, 2008. Well, currently the state government is coming up with Edo Star, Edo West. Even the Edo West that we sent to the junior secondary school, they have to stay for 6 months before they are paid. And we are not even sure whether they are going to be government of contract or teacher. So we cannot mention them here because somebody is not receiving salary, is not let the teacher. But however, that is well, in terms of facility, they will tell you bring statistics. Every day, every week, every month, we send statistics to government. We send statistics about renovation of the library and so many other things we send to them. Statistics of students, what you need, we send almost every term. You cannot get from them.
It's okay. I think there was of time.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Thank you, sir. Response right. All I add to this is that you must learn to hello. Yes, hello, sir. Learn to you must learn to speak of the activities of the old boys to government. Find a way to document it so that they will know what the old boys are doing. If no, we don't expect it, but it's like government is not interested in education. Just if the government can they can ASU strike for 4 months or more, and nothing is happening. Nothing has happened. It shows the kind of government that we have. But in any case, we have offered to better the loss of our students here in ACC, in our alma mater, and so we will continue to do our best. But I expect the principal to also always carry this to government to tell them, let them know what we are doing here. We are doing so. All right, so maybe next time when you write to government, also copy us so that we have our records in case we want to confront government in future. And so I hope we don't have further comments. All right, Secretary.
Very quickly, President and very quick one. You see, I want to general note of advice. President, please. Sorry, Principal. Can you hear me? You see, item number 8 on the support from Akiba, the renovation of the underground water well. You see, the completion of that project is not known to us. I want to advise members of SET. We have a SET platform that was created on the 17th of March 2021 that has chairmen and secretaries of all SET that have a structure on ground to join where they can enlighten us. When they say a prayer is completed, you will let us know. If you don't write us directly, you put it on the platform and we'll see it. So you see, myself and the president came on one occasion to look at that project. And since then, we not received any commission. So I'm just knowing that it's completed. I'm not aware. Thank you.
It's still taking place that's what I'm saying. So because it's not completed, that is why we are not handed it over to the school because it's not yet completed. All right, I think because of time, it's almost 3. We will go straight to the next item of the agenda, which is who's that? Whose hand is on? Okay, I understand from Zoom, teacher man's hand is up. We have to listen to it. Professor Ohens, please. You can unmute him so that we can. Professor Ohens, please.
Yes, thank you very much, my global chairman. I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity. I want to go along with what Barrister Obede, the guy that spoke before the principal. I don't know who he is, but I didn't quite get the name. But I think we must be very careful. The report from the principal is elaborate, but there is nothing like a feedback from government to the school with regard to what we did during the fundraising. The secretary to the government was there. So I would have thought that there should have been a letter to the school principal or to ACCU boys to say, thank you for what you are doing in the school. Occasionally, I just say to myself, for how long are we going to keep doing this? How long are we going to keep doing this? They claim that they own the schools. We are doing our best for ACC because whatever we are today, because we are from that school. But it should not be left to old boys alone. Government still has a part to play until they give that school to the Catholic Mission or they hand it over to the old boys. We will not be happy with what they are doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It's well said. Subsequently, even in our engagement with the government, we will try as much as possible to always also mention some of these our activities in ACC to government. So we'll go straight to major activity for today, which is the ratification of the reviewed constitution recommended by them. You want to say something? Okay, Mercy.
My respected because of the phase we are about entering, constitution review is a very serious business and time consuming. I know my elder, Ms. Sarah, moved the motion before. I'm saying we wait for the appropriate time. But I'm saying I want to revisit that motion because if you say let's wait for AOB, we don't know whether that AOB is possible. So I'm appealing because we already know it's already established that the table is not complete. It will not take us 1 or 2 minutes to complete it here. So I'm seconding that the vacant position of the Vice President 1, which has not been completed, a message should be sent to the leadership of the home branch because when we lost the president, that president was representing the home branch. So a message will be sent to the leadership of the home branch to send a name to fill that position. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, I will still plead with everybody. This meeting has not ended. We had moved this motion initially and we said, let us consider it under AOB. The constitution we're about to review is not a complete, I mean, it's not a new constitution. Only the few additions that need to just be presented, and then we are okay with it. We can go ahead and hear from branches. Maybe at that level, we will be able to do what you want us to do. I want to agree with everyone. Let's be patient. We will get there so that this issue of keeping the vacant position in ESCO will not, take us longer than necessary. Because this, if we don't have this instrument of that will guide our actions here, we have to conclude it today so that we can move forward from here. I want to agree with everybody. So, you guys okay by all of us? Let me invite the chairman of the Cultural Review Committee, to assist me in formally presenting the reviewed constitution approved and recommended by NEC to this house so that we can go through it.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Benin branch chairman is up. Can you put him on? Architect, please.
Thank you, Mr. Global President and members. I have just two things to say. One, I don't know whether the branch reports are still going to be taken. Otherwise, Benin branch report is ready. Then secondly, under the discussion, I think it was the Global President's report or the secretary, they were measuring about donations being made to those either diseased or SOS and the rest. And you mentioned that this thing cannot be continual, may not be continual like that, that people should subscribe to life assurance, I think, program. So I like to say that it is very important. That statement you made was very important, but there was no follow-up. It is not possible for the association to keep on giving out money, no matter how small or how big, to people, I mean, without actually considering how it could be considered. I mean, it can continue. For example, a time may come where people will be asking for their claim or making comment that it comes to their turn, this thing is not done, and why was this done to Mr. A or Mr. B, and why is it not done to them? So I think I'm of that school of sustainability. We should do what we can do, what we can continue. And if we have done certain things because of the emergency or exigency, it is time for us to now sit down and bring out a blueprint for welfare support for members, from the ESCO members to ordinary members, national branch chairmen. There should be a blueprint. Most of people would say a welfare scheme, so that if anything happens, then we will be in a better position to be able to be objective. So I feel that it's necessary for us, if we don't have such welfare scheme on ground, let us try as much as possible to set up a committee that will do this so that we'll be on the same.
We heard you on the issue of so asking members to pay to the life assurance policy. I mean, it's ongoing. We will come up with the possible welfare committee scheme that will address the observations that you have raised. Now,
yes, thank you, because that life assurance scheme is personal. It's personal. As far as
I want to assure everybody, once we are done with the functional review, we will still take branches report. It will be taken, and that's why we're ensuring now somehow to ensure that we have a working document for access. So let me invite Barrister Obede to take us through the recommended constitution for our approval in this house. Thank you.
Thank you.
My global president, sir. Global president, permission to.
Yeah, okay. Hands again, very quickly.
Okay, sir. Thank you, my global president. I want to thank you for this opportunity and thank you. I want to crave your indulgence. I'm immediately not available because my head failed me, and so I mandated my vice, the secretary, and others to represent us. I have been following online since the beginning of the meeting. Before I quickly raised up my hand because I wanted to make a presentation, making a request regarding the constitutional amendment so that it can be taken all together. We are making a request that on account of the numerous events, that especially with the health of our members, there becomes a need right now to create an office to handle that. I know that there's an Akioba medical committee where issues are referred to, but you realize that this becomes ad hoc. So we are craving the indulgence of this honorable house, the AGM, to incorporate into the constitutional amendment a proposal to create the office of the global physician for Akioba. We have, I don't know if you permit me, I will quickly read out a few things that we have put together. That it shall be who shall hold it, shall be a registered member of a physician anywhere in the world, no matter the branch. It shall also be elected, just like if we say through all other officers should be elected at the AGM. And of course, we put an age limit that should not be less than 25 years. And we expect that should be represented at the branch level because our members are aging and there's a need to coordinate the health needs of all members. Particularly, the duties is what we want to highlight, sir, that it should promote the activities and programs within the association that support the health of members and their families. That the yes, sir.
Just hold on. Just hold on.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Constitution.
Okay, sir. Okay.
What I
okay, sir.
That once we we commence this review, and you think your own additional input needs to be accommodated, you will come up with it. Then we can.
Okay, sir.
If it is right, okay, and good for it to be included in the Constitution, and I think that's the best way to go.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, my global president. Thank you, sir. Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Everybody have actually wanted to create your indulgence to allow me to see that. Thank you. I'm playing a very big shoe for the purpose of this assignment. Ordinarily, we had at the committee level presented it to our global name. But the president seemed to use put me on request that I should presenting on his behalf. Please note that I am presenting it on his behalf because I have actually finished my work as chairman of the committee.
That's what I said.
Yes, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Now we have the constitution before us. I'm sure it was displayed on our WhatsApp platform. A constitution of 22 sections. 22 sections. Since I'm not going to prescribe for passage, I like some areas and then allow to do this for. Otherwise, I will take this section by section, and if we are okay, we just pass it and pass it and pass it. Otherwise, we can still go like that and make other observations.
That's what I want you to do. Only take it page by page, and approval we are doing to just go. So take it page by page, and then get AGM's approval, and then we have this as our working document.
All right. So, meaning that we have already,
sir,
we have the first chapter as aims and objectives from A to J. And if we have no problem with that, I'll just skip to section 2. We did not add anything much on these aims and objectives, apart from what we already have, and except to say that it serves as a school advocate in public and private sector, setting to promote the development of the school and engage in business ventures or partnership for the benefit of the school. So, section 1, that is all that there is, A to J, paragraphs for aims and objectives. If there is okay, if there is no objection, then I move to section 2, which talks about membership.
A slight observation, please.
All right, who's observing? All right,
Professor. Hello, can I yes, the section 1, the very topic, the subject of that page, aims and objectives. I think we should remove the word S. I mean the letter S from the word aim. Professionally, I don't know about the lawyers, but for us in science, when we do research, we usually have one aim, and then we have specific objectives. So, and then if you look at the section 1, just the line below it that is highlighted, I have a hard copy. It says the aim. This time it didn't say aims. So can we correct that?
All right, remove the S of aims at the beginning of this name, which is done. It's okay. Thank you. Can you continue, please?
Thank you. So if there's other observation, we go to section 2. Section 2 talks about membership. Members' organization shall be open to all old boys. We did not do any serious amendment here. It's the same as it has been in the old system. Except to say,
okay, bring the microphone to me.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank the drafters of the Constitution for a job well done. Permit me to observe, however, in section 2, my name, Dr. Ben Ali, I'm on the home branch. So I'm looking at section 8, point C, permit me to read this. Though attended school, but not covered by subsection A and B above, may be considered for membership on the merit as may be determined by the Global Executive Council, GEC, or the Executive Committee of the branch. In my opinion, sir, that word or is a conjunction introducing second or two alternatives. In other words, when you have all there, it means either the Global Executive Council can do it or the executive committee of the branch. In my opinion, I believe this to be abused if it is led for branches to approve. Okay, if I see what you are talking about, you are reading paragraph C of section 2. Yes. What I'm saying is not in what I'm doing. What I'm doing is on the recommendation, not all. It's on, yes, not all. So what they said to us was let me read it. Although attended in school was not covered by subsection A and B above, may be considered for membership on the merit as may be determined by the Global Executive Council, or the recommendation of the executive committee. In other words, nobody gets on the board and tell the brand. The one we have is okay, we have to correct it. It's on. Yes. So send it to on. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right. Now, section 3. Section 3. Formation of branches.
Sorry. I was hoping that you give me the opportunity. Section 2, the B says read up to Form 3. We do not have forms anymore. I think they now have JSS. Would it be okay to substitute JSS 3 instead of Form 3? Because I don't think they have forms anymore as we did in our day.
Those are this confusion is working in retrospect and the future. They are looking at the state of the school as a pair of commencement. We know the equivalent of Form 3, which is SS3. So if we now use SS3, we don't know how to cover for the future, for the past. Yes. All right, the use of equivalent, you can write on that and sustain its existing clause. Thank you, sir. Section 3. Formation of branches. Nothing has changed. And I think we are fine by that. Okay, section 4, Global Executive Committee. The two things were added here.
Section 3, please. Section 3, please. Section 3.
Can you go ahead?
Okay. I'm talking about 3B.
3B.
Yeah. Where is written that participated in activity of ACOBA for not less than 12 months. For not less than 12 months, I should suggest that it should be not less than 12 calendar months.
What to add calendar?
Yes.
I only think lacking there now. So when you say month, what does it mean? I think we are okay with this. All of us know this is our own constitution. We have said 12 months, it should be 12 months. We know that it's calendar months. So we don't know whether it's there or no. I don't think that is really continued. Move on. Section 4. Section 3. Or Section 3. My name is Dr. Robin Segan. In respect of that 12 months, that 12 calendar months means January to December. But 12 months means it's either from March to provided any month, any time of the calendar month. When you calculate 12 months to the next 12 months, that is 12 months. So I think it's okay like this. It's better this way, rather than using calendar. Otherwise, it will be down at 5 to January. Yeah. Thank you.
Mr. President, I'm not aware where calendar month is tied to January to February. After all, we have school calendars now, either June to June or September to September. So I think that classification looks imperial, and in order for the avoidance of doubt, since we run a school calendar or so, and we are to be sure of whatever we see, I think calendar month should be more appropriate.
The whole of this house have said the addition of calendar month will make it to it's unnecessary. And so let it be. Please, we can move on. And we need time to consider this report and move on. 12 months, all of us here understand is 12 months. So if you start from March, you start counting 12 months from March. If you make it calendar month, it means start to be so we move on. Thank you.
Go ahead, please.
So whenever they join, as connected to them, we have two additional ESCO and a well-defined S official. If you go to page 3, we now have provision for illegal advice. We also have provision for a group. When that legal report is to be presented, like we heard, we are already disbursing up to 50 million at our disposal. Then the report of treasury and finance should go to our auditor, who will harmonize that report and bring this AGM. So we decided that since we are getting bigger and global, we should have a global auditor. Just like the introduction of Dr. Paul that he was bringing in just now, that there should be a global physician because of what we are talking. People speculate so many stuff, but on the position already approved by the global legal advice, it was not clearly defined in the old confusion. We have clearly defined it and let her pass it to this house. Just hold on. I think at this stage, Dr. Ines.
Yes, sir. Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you very much, my global president. Thank you, my wonderful barrister Ehime Ogbede, for the wonderful work you have done. I crave your SSA. Yeah, I want to thank all of you and all over the world for this privilege to speak to you at this point in time. Of recent, I was added to the Global Health Committee or Physicians Committee of ACOBA to deal with issues of the health needs of our members. Some of them had to be reviewed and over again, and then recommend to the global NEC or global ESCO what to be done. This job cannot just continue to be done on an ad hoc basis. Hence the need to introduce the office of the global physician. The global physician will now be the substantive chairman of this committee, of this health committee, or including many other health officials, and their duties will be well outlined. For example, it shall be their business, the business of the global physician, of course, in concert with the global health committee that he heads, to promote activities and programs within the association that support the health of members and their families. Of course, like I said, he should be able to be the one to head that committee. He shall organize health-related enlightenment programs for the association, not less than 2 times annually. This should be done today we have e-learning and that will be of benefits to everybody. The North America branch, for example, are already doing something in a wonderful way in this direction in all fields. But for the global physician, it shall be limited to, healthcare needs. Now, it shall also be the duty to articulate programs, to enhance members' faith. It shall also provide advice and recommendation on health and medical matters that have been referred to him, and that he will also be in the position to arrange specialist referrals for very sick members who needs the attention and help of the global body. It shall be his business to make those arrangements. And also, when the college clinic that has been donated to us start functioning, there's a need that somebody heading a committee to superintend over it to ensure that everything works out well. This will be part of the duties of the global physician. These are just a few of them, but not limited to this. And of course, any other duty that may be assigned to the global physician by the global president or by the global NEC or by the global ESCO. So this is my submission, sir. Thank you very much for this privilege. I still have another one in session 5, but when we get there, I will make that. So for now, this is the submission from Abuja branch, sir. Hello, sir. I said, come again. I should read it again.
I'd like to appreciate you for this mission. Though this submission not have been all the same. It's clear that I think we should get at the level of committee. Let us have a global medical committee. We don't need to have a medical doctor in the ESCO because there's a medical. So I think it will result to having an ESCO and having different professionals solution that these ideas.
Let me give the microphone to Dr.
My global president and fellow activists. In Islam, culturally, we have very low premium on our heads, even though man is the prime mover of the economy. I know in Islam, I really know that this money will run your hospital. But they want your money only to build house. Who lives in the house? Only a healthy person. So it's actually antithetical. There has to be a reversal, a rewiring of our psychosocial system for us to begin to appreciate ourselves. You service your cars, you don't want to service your body. There's anomaly in that. Now, of all the investments we are making, look at your health center. You are spending millions of naira there. I remember when I was the global president, a lot of our members, including our late Mr. had problems. We had to raise money. We must have a channel so that all our healthcare needs can be attended to. We must have someone to direct, to articulate, and to prepare such needs by liaising locally and internationally. We have our North America branch, UK branch. We may have a problem here, we may have to do evacuation of one of our members. We may have somebody in America who can help one of our members. But if you don't know who he is, where they are, you will not know what to do and how to deploy and employ such help. So please, we need a global physician to coordinate and direct such affairs, because we are aging and we need to help ourselves. There are many doctors, our alumni, who are in different parts of the world, and within such a person, we have that responsibility of coordinating and relating with such, with a view to making us healthier. Our awareness, only a healthy human being can contribute to the growth and development of society. So, let's say, we will all be healthy in Jesus' name.
Please, we do not hello, we are continuing. Mr. Thomas,
let's say,
it's a very good position from I want to say that the economic also, if you have a head committee, like the whole ground, you have a head committee, assist to the head of our members. If you have a global head committee, what it means a global physician is too specific. Because the health comes to make up is a disease. It's not just for physician. So we have a global head committee. You can be head of the head committee by the other professionals. For example, in UK, in US presently, this one of the rights and rules. You can go for it. So it wasn't be a global physician. All right, you made your point.
Are you okay? No.
No one to say the chairman, the global president of the house. I want to make reference to what Professor Ohens said. When he said it should be the medical committee, one way for that it should be the head committee. So which he has said it should be the head committee. But once the head committee, different professions. All right, yeah, the different thing that we call the committee, head committee. I'm going to give the mic to
But I'm confused here. I think, Mr. President,
yes, sir.
I'm a bit confused because I think what the former global president said is very, very important. The issue now is if we take a committee, are we going to incorporate here the head of that committee, the head of the committee, or what is our own grasp now? Because I'm a bit confused. But in my opinion, I was thinking that under general welfare, we have a number of committees, and that this one can be one of those standing committees. You know, that's what I understand it to be. As opposed to just saying that you have a letter or advisor, letter, you don't have a letter.
All right, give the microphone. Okay, Dr. Fabrice. Dr. Fabrice, after wait, hello,
The chairman of the house. I think we are doing a global executive committee, the makeup. To take care of this problem, we shall make it as part of that is the role or the function of the executive committee to set up a head committee. It should be part of their job, even it's so record. So they have the power to set up a head committee, whether global or local or whatever. That covers it. It cannot be part of the membership of the executive committee. But the committee, we have the power to set up a head committee. I think that plays a problem.
Okay. You still want to say something?
We are moving away from this kind of lifestyle. I believe it has been suggested in this country, when we are putting out together solution, that there should be what we call that presidential position also as a member of the Federal Executive Council. In developed countries, there's what we call presidential physicians.
Very ridiculous.
Policy. But it's different from the minister of health. I don't see anything wrong with what respect to you. What does he do? If just like you have the legal advisor, you also have the chief physician. Mind you, with what respect to you, sir. I know. Let me suggest, sir, that those who say he didn't be a medical doctor, I just claim with word. The head of the health team is a medical doctor. Now,
I quite appreciate him. We do not align with the position of Barrister. Thank you so much. That is all my position. Yes.
Thank you. I think even as chairman of please. Thank you, sir. The person I'm going to the floor, I'll just think into capacity. Just permit me. Number one, I am a member of the Congress. That's why I'm engaging. Number two, I'm in there, by the grace of God, I was chairman of the Constitutional Committee. The really is that it's something like an afterthought one or a realization of what ought to be because of the incident that have come up. And it will be sacrilegious and very unprofessional for a committee to submit their report to NEC and then begin to put things or NEC, putting things at NEC level when NEC have met and we have passed to bring it to AGM. That's why this matter is actually coming to AGM. It's only in this meeting that anything can be added to this constitution because it has already passed NEC. Otherwise, we left the adjustment and added it, and then we just read it as part of the executive, and it will go like the rest have already gone. Now, there's a big question that I need two parties to answer. I will answer it sincerely without anything or without any sentiment. I don't like that when somebody has told, we always want to say, I call or I come against, I regret. Let us always look at it holistically. We have a health center that is coming up. if you want to put on the health center, the committee is going to review that we had the regional committee. But I'm sure that in the committee, there were more than 1 or 2 or 3 or 5, there will be a leader. Now, if a leader like a chairman of that committee, it does not make you a member of it. The William Great President. That is where I am aligning with this suggestion. Because if you have a physician in there, then the physician would have been able to sit with them to analyze all the issues. And then go back to his committee with net instruction to do the work at committee level. All right? So I want to appeal to us. It is not competitive. I do not take anything from us when we have a global physician. But when we even go to a level of question, we don't be at all now. It may either be at local level or international level. So, but please, we need somebody who will be holding meeting with them. A chairman of committee cannot come and tell us in there and say he's taking decision. He'll be an observer. So if you have a global physician, as we evolve, as we expand, if we're going to have a global geographer, why not? We're going to have a global economist, why not? So, but at this level, we have the health center coming up, we have people reporting in here. I think it's not too much out of place, very out of place. If we may appoint a global physician, it's an appeal. It's an appeal because this is one that can include it in the
as far as this clause is concerned, I will allow to Mr.
Please, let me just correct something. You know, as our people learning, relearning, and unlearning. But we can see, I can see some wholesome psychology and dichotomy playing there. That is not why we are here. Somebody did inform us that the Surgeon General of America is announced. That is not true. Look, go to Google. What is it? Does a Surgeon General have to be a doctor? Listen to who is the general. In order to become the Surgeon General, an individual must first become a licensed physician. Becoming a physician is a lengthy process that begins with a 4-year undergraduate degree. Individual must then complete 3 years of medical training, followed by residency and specialization. So there's nowhere that a nurse is a Surgeon General. Yeah, then please hold on, please. Please, let's hold on. Now, ask ourselves, if you create the position of global physician, what are the negatives? Are there negatives? No. So why are people just against it? Are there going to be positives? Without something beneficial? So why do we vote for it?
Dr. Farah,
thank you very much. Mrs. Barrister Pepe has given explanation to the position of global physician. Initially, when Dr. SSC was talking about their aging, we have health challenges. With the hospital coming up for ACC, there is a reason why we should have a global physician. So I still look that we should appoint a global physician apart from the executive.
I think if you guys can hear me there, if you can hear me there, I think you are focusing on everybody in the room and disregarding people who are joining via Zoom. And it is I want to put on record, this is very discriminatory.
My name is Dominic Secretary of Abuja. I support the motion that says we should adopt the position for global position. Thank you.
No, just hold. Yes. Dr. Family and now, is there any counter motion? Please, this is a democracy. If there is counter motion, let it move. Can you give the microphone to what my respected the sort of general US event the president of US then make the decision his name is Murphy He has the right to his opinion. Please let him know his motion. If it's not out of the motion, let him say so. Please, it's motion. I never knew the motion as the position presented by my elder that we should have a global solution. I will have a head committee. A head committee. You second the motion. You second. All right. Hold on. The first question the recommendation of Dr. for the inclusion of global position into the ESCO of Africa.
Mr. President, Mr. President.
Yes.
Mr. President. Mr. President.
Go ahead. Dr. Ohens, go ahead.
Yes. If you don't mind, I would want someone to place the microphone close to the source of audio there so that everybody can hear me. It's 7:38 a.m. where I live in California, 7:38 a.m. And I have been awake for 6 hours. I didn't go to bed because of this, this AGM. I want to quickly point out one thing. Akioba should remember that it is now global. The first thing I want to bring to our attention is that when next we schedule our AGMs or NEC, let's have that in consideration. Let's always remember that Akioba is not global and that some of us live, that the world has more than 30 different time zones. So if Akioba is global, you have to try as much as possible to determine the right time that will be good for every one of us. Again, I've been awake since yesterday because of this AGM, and nobody is even paying attention to those of us who are in the diaspora to participate in the debate that you are having. One of our treasurer, Kennedy J, he raised his hand up for a very long time. Nobody called him. He had to drop his hand. And we've been rotating through the same persons in the room there. It is now an indication to us that even though we are trying to ensure that Akioba is one body where everybody will have a voice, it is becoming obvious that even though we want to include electronic participation,
Those who do so, who join electronically, will not have a voice. That is what I'm seeing today. Then on the topic of a global physician, I 100% align with those who say it is unnecessary. And I will tell you this. If you have a global physician, maybe we will continue to expand our ESCO until we have all other, maybe we'll need a surveyor. Right now, we need a surveyor, we need an architect much more than we have needed a physician. Maybe we are going to need a global surveyor. Maybe we are going to need a global architect. Maybe we need all other positions if we start with this. But I want to bring one thing to our attention. Akioba is blessed. We have top physicians around the world who are seen as experts everywhere where they practice. And we've been lucky to have 3 of such physicians volunteer as members of a committee, a medical committee that has been helping old boys since old boys started reaching out to us for help. So I do not know what we need a global physician for when we already have these 3 top experts. One of them is Professor Clement Osime of Benin branch, who works at UBTH. Another one is Dr. Andrew Agun of 1978 set, who works in UK. And the third person is Professor Benedict Emwa, who is a top physician here in America, well-respected physician here in America. What do we need a global physician for? We only need our welfare committee, our welfare officer, to coordinate with a medical committee on medical affairs. Then when you use the medical center, if you use the medical center as an argument, the medical center does not need a global physician to run. The medical center needs a medical committee that will help. And I would say this, I will just end by saying, Abiola used to say this a lot when he was pursuing his June 12 mandate, that you cannot shave a man's head in his absence. You cannot shave a man's head in his absence. If you want us to be one Akioba, I would want you to give us a voice. That is all. That's what I will say.
All right. Thank you for
Mr. Global President. Thank you very much. Yes, in fact, I've been raising up my hand since this issue was raised. After raising up one hand virtually, I raise up my 2 hands physically right now. And thank you for recognizing me. So what I want to say, Mr. Global President, is in alignment with the last speaker. This matter is complex. We need a physician. We need people. They are trying. They are helping us. And I know the medical personnel expert we have among us, they are very passionate. But it does not call for an office that looking presidential or ministerial. So I think I should suggest that this health committee, whereby you have chief physician, should be under social welfare committee, because health is a social facility. So we should not, that's my suggestion, please. So a committee can be set up under social stroke welfare committee, in which this aspect, the chief physician or whatever, can now be in charge of.
You have made your point. It's okay. Now,
and moreover, Mr. President, this suggestion is coming at a wrong time. We spent much time at neck level to adopt this thing, and we have spent too much time now where we are supposed to adopt what has been scrutinized. We are bringing new suggestions that will attract controversy. Thank you. It should be stepped down.
Hello, sir. I think I can suggest that we not recognize those in diaspora or those who have been observed. And I know that the whole lot have spoken on Zoom since we started this meeting. I want us to clear that point and make it very clear to everybody. The BOT chairman has made several comments. Even as the assembly has made several comments. Based on what we see here, we, draw our attention coming from Zoom. The motion that is being considered now is also coming from Zoom. So it is not quite right to say that we are not the same, we are not one. Those divisive comments is not what is okay.
Mr. President, members of Akoba North America raised their hands up. Nobody called them. Out of frustration, they dropped their hands. So I know what I'm talking about.
No, Doctor, we call for, just as we are saying it here, that is how we have been, calling it. Everybody's view here that we are using. In any case, if anybody will not call for North America for that, I really apologize for that because it's intended to be deliberate and it's not a slight on anybody. I want to really clear that point to you. Now, when you are in a situation that you are in now, a motion has been brought in for next consideration by Dr. Paul yesterday. And you cannot just use it. I don't have the right to say go to me. And the motion is on ground for the consideration of this body. And there is a motion also on ground saying no to it. And I want to put it to, let's see what we have will decide. I will chose to put in the house so that it will not be on that note, I want to say if you are for the accommodation of this information of the Ohens presentation in our global the memo sent in by Dr. Paul yesterday that in our global. Please raise your hand here. Here now we have for the global position to be included in the ESCO. All right, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Please can we just reset it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Now 18. Are you just raising your hand? 19, 20. Only there, 20. Can we get those that are against it? Okay, let's go to the diaspora votes. Those in the room, 20.
My president, I was not counted. I was not counted.
Hello, can we see all those that raise their hand? Hello, sir. Who participant at this meeting? So that you that's the yes. Now, how many people raise their hand there? Just go to the beginning and then come from the end. How many? Yes. 1, 2. Okay. One. Yes. Oh, I can get tired of electronics. All right, so we have 22. 4. One of those against. Hold on. Virtually. Those against. This position. One, two. Please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. 16. All right. Those on Zoom. Those on Zoom, so please raise your hand. Hold on. Who is yes, against hand has been up since. You can't bring a motion here and vote against it.
No, I did not vote against it. Oh, I did not vote against it.
All right.
No, I did not vote against it. Oh, yeah, I did.
Then drop your hand. All right, count those. How many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6.
We are not, Mr. President. Mr. President, the number of people who raise their hand on Zoom are 8.
But Kevin Rahimetalo is voting for a global medical doctor physician. Look at his message there.
Those who raised up their hand. Mr. President.
Hello.
Mr. President, please count properly. Those who are raising up their electronic hands, count properly.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Plus me, sir. Because Paul,
actually, I count 12. Ebosele, Obiariwo, Joseph Ohens, those didn't raise up their hand electronically. We should. Moses. I'm not sure why we cannot count. I'm not sure why we cannot count.
Professor Yogbe is also.
This is very disheartening. Honestly, I'm disappointed.
How?
Let us repeat. If you are for the motion, raise your hand. If you are for, raise your hand, please. Everybody here, please drop all your hands. Drop all your hands.
So everyone lower your hand. If you are on Zoom, lower your hand. They are doing the voting all over again.
Wow.
They are doing the voting all over, yeah.
Please drop your hands. Drop your hands. Remaining 2. Who are they? Drop your hands, please. But we ask the women, please drop your hands.
I will help them. I will help them drop it.
Yes, please do.
All right. Thank you. Now, let's do this civil and constitution. As by Dr. Paul, yes, can you raise your hand, please? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Well, I remember stuff.
14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. All right, drop your hand, everyone. 26. 26. You are right. Now, for those in Zoom, raise your hand for the motion to be included. For global physician.
I'm sorry, I'm not hearing clearly.
The motion, it might be All right. We have just one. All right. Only one on the screen. Can you scroll down whether there are people?
There is only one. Only one.
All right. If you are against 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
If we are against,
14.
Yes.
I think that's what we're counting now.
All against the motion to have this.
Those in Zoom, how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11. 11. God, 11. So,
not 11, Mr. President, not 11.
Those on Zoom have not been counted, have we?
You know, they are counting us now. Not 11, Mr. President. Mr. President.
Those in North America are more than 20.
It's not 11.
We have those for this motion is 27, and those against it is 30. So on that one, the petition is.
Did we get it?
Yes.
So what the conclusion?
Yeah, it's
So
the motion is the motion failed.
All right.
We killed it.
No,
we killed the motion, have we?
Oh boy.
It's an unnecessary move.
Yeah, it was very unnecessary.
Very unnecessary.
It should have been this month to do now.
And now the other one have been torn down. Section 5 is 10 and 10 officers. Do we have anything against the 10 people you have read?
Please show the screen. Show the screen, please.
They are showing the screen.
They show.
They are still
Maybe I should use my computer anyway.
Or any other reason of an officer shall be temporarily freed by a member appointed by a global executive council, except that in the case of the offices of the global president or the global general secretary, the global president, the global vice president, or the assistant general secretary shall automatically transition to those offices respectively, and their position shall be filled by the global executive committee. It's of two offices. Well, the office of the global president, vice president, comprised of two persons, two officers, and it should be well explained. And I'm suggesting that I'll be more explicit. Thanks. All right, thank you. So I hope there's no dissenting voice in that. So put it global version 1, and then that's your section. Vice president, global version 1. Yeah, we shall see the global version. Okay, I think that's what you said. Okay. Section 6, please. Section 6 or 6.
Section 5. No, my global presidency has section 5.
Yeah, what is this?
Section 5.
Okay.
Yeah, I realize that in this session, there is no mention of the constitution of the Board of Trustees and the tenure of the Board of Trustees. And so I think this is right and proper that we put a tenure to the office of the Board of Trustees so that it's not in perpetuity. It should be tenure, whether it is 100 years, 50 years, 20 years, 5 years, 4 years, whatever it may be, it should be tenured.
No, I think the Board of Trustees cannot be tenured position. Is this about the membership or about the office of the chairman? Because the Board of Trustees is a life office kind of, unless it is AGM or otherwise. Naturally, over time, they say unless if a constitution say otherwise. But are you saying the office should be rotated among them as chairmen or whatever? Please, can we get it clear?
What I'm saying is that the leadership of the Board of Trustees should be tenured. Because if you leave one person in perpetuity, he becomes too old and becomes unable to function effectively. And therefore, the Board of Trustees have some handicap.
What are you saying?
I'm talking of the leadership of the Board of Trustees should be tenured. Even if we have 6, 8 of them, it should be tenured such that if today Sir Greg Enahoro is our BOT chairman, if he's running office for 5 years or 6 years or 10 years, whatever it may be, let us tenure it so that it is not in perpetuity for just one person. That's my submission, sir.
Dr. Isekagbe, we shall have to revisit section 18.
The special clause. So it does section 5 that what is said in the applicant. Okay, I think if on the trustees section, we can include that if we start by now. So if we just step it down, let's get to trustee because the whole session discuss trustee. Okay, whatever you are suggesting, let's get to section 16 and then we'll see if it's appropriate to do. What I wanted to observe in section 5 was the mathematical error when it was being repeated and repeated. It is not under subsection D. It's not automatically transition. It's transit. Please correct me. Anyway, what we are doing is the internal print. No, this will be the final print. Yes. So okay. Duties and functions of officer. We have other situations. All right.
My name is E.I. Christopher. Section 6, subsection 2. I have a problem with that. The global vice president, 1, shall A, act for the president in his absence. B, carry out such functions as may be delegated to them from time to time by the global president. Then, we presupposing that the delegation is for 2 persons at least. Probably we are saying to the.
It's okay, we just need to check.
No, I'm still going somewhere. We suppose that you have the president, vice president 1 and 2. Then C, in the absence of the president and the VP 1 and VP 2, and the VP 1, the VP 2 shall act on behalf of the president. This does not cover a definite role for the VP 2. That of the VP 1 has been captured. So I want us to put like this. Let's have a definite rule for let the function of the VP 2 be captured in the constitution. And the way I put it is this: the global vice president 2 shall in the absence of the president and the VP 1, the VP 2 shall act on behalf of the president. B, carry out such functions as may be delegated to him from time to time by the global president, just like you have for VP1.
We are changing see what I was doing is here. I'm not trying to what we have.
The vice president 1 and 2. In addition to the provisions
just take them to me. All right, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Subsection 2 talks about the vice president 1, and then subsection 3 talks about the vice president 2, and it says in the absence of the president and the vice president on behalf of the president. I have here to print. All right, let's see. And then the next one says carry out such function. So I'm sure that when I say when they corrected, you are not reflected what you are having. Okay, give an answer. Give me the mic.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Because of the new motion has just been it will be expected to have to the functions of the president, that the president should appoint the welfare committee, person or something. Health committee, under the functions of the president, because of the new motion, let's include that the president, just like we say, president shall appoint the president. Okay.
Let's get to the next. Let's move past too, please. Section 7. Global section. If our own copy, no, and it's here.
Are we saying if it's there, it's changed to him?
Yes, the president.
That is represents what? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. My position on item 3 of that same section.
Let me see them whether they say which one.
Where we are now. Item number 3. That's 3. 3B. Are you there, please? The global penalty. 3. Are you there now? Then the 3 after the 3. It says each branch support on the financial standing of its member. Yes.
Roman figure 4, A, B, C, D. Under the global general secretary, I can be. Where did you get that one? No. After next meeting, there were some amendments at next meeting, and the amendments were reflected. Most of these corrections were reflected and fixed at next meeting. Next, I've reflected this report of the committee, added some things, and then printed out a copy that I'm holding. Of the financial standing of this sector shall reach the global general secretary not later than 90 days to the date of annual general meeting, and shall forward say to the electoral committee within 30 days of its inauguration in an election year.
Yeah.
Continue, sir. I'm not taking office by office, I'm taking session by session. So I'm not received, so let there's any observation. Let's go to section 7. Section 7.
Mr. President, once again, I'm called from section 7. Except the version I have here is not correct, this should guide me. It said, the minimum 1,000 naira monthly fee paid by members to their branches. I don't know, is that what we have there? So that I can be correct.
Monthly dues paid by members to their branches as approved by NEC from time to time. Is that what you have? Yes.
Okay. All right.
So we're section 7. Section 8 now. Section 8. But if you look at 8, 9, 11. 8, 9, 11. No, don't take the first section, sir. Okay, section 8. Yes, sir. Under section 8, you have it's the order, but I'm thinking that section 9 standing alone meeting. That's what I was saying. Section 9 is meeting. Yeah, meeting. So that meeting for the global executive committee should not be standing alone. It's a standalone. Having come under section 8, an annual general meeting AGM shall be held at ACC1 once a year, except in the event of the need for an emergency AGM. That's section 9. Yeah, that's section 9. Oh, okay. Yes, yes. They have changed it. I am sure that that is section 8. Okay. All right. Don't take it down. I will tell you the heading and then we'll do it. Yes. All right. Section 8 is the Global Executive Council. Yes. Not GECO. It's GEC. Yes. And the Global Executive Committee, which is GECO. Yes. So wait, what is GECO? Let it be.
8.1 says the Global Executive Council. What are the latest put down? The council. Composition of the council. It is composition of council instead of committee. Yes. The council is the Global Executive Council shall be comprised of all branch chairmen and secretaries and all members of Global Executive Committee. That is council. Yes. Okay. That is the one that is next to it. Meeting the Global Executive Council. Yes. The Global Executive Council at least. That is the mind. Yes. Function. The supreme policy making body of the association shall be the AGM. However, the Global Executive Council shall formulate policy guidelines for the Global Executive Committee to implement. So that is up to the subsection of C. Those are the analysis on that. The subsection 8, section 8.2, the Global Executive Committee guidelines. Composition, the Global Executive Committee shall be all the global ESCO, all the ESCO. So that is also their meeting. The meeting in that regard, the Global Executive Committee shall be held from time to time, unlike the council, from time to time, at the instance of the global president. That was the constitution. I think that's another. Yes. Yes.
Can we give it the mic, please? Where is this guy?
I think this is where Prof was trying to talk about. If you look at the Global Executive Council, it was well structured. We talked about what it is, the meetings and duties or functions. Now, the next phase was to talk about the Global Executive Committee. You have talked about the composition. The next thing would have been the meeting, which is coming up under section 9. So the thing we are saying is that for proper heading, because 8 talk about GECOM and GEC. So therefore, section 9 ought to be 8.2b, which is talking about meeting. Then number 10, which is duties and responsibility, ought to be 8.2c, talking about the functions of GECOM. In that way, there will be consistency in the presentation.
Okay, let me tell you how it is. I understand what you're saying. You want us to bring all the meetings and
no. What I'm saying to that, section 9, section 9 is starting to do. Yes, meetings under GECOM. So it's supposed to be 8.2c.
No, section 9 is a whole each section starts on its own. No. Now, if you look at this section 9, it discusses AGM. So we cannot bring GECOM meeting, which look at private, to AGM like this. AGM is the supreme body. So we cannot get this to be this one I'm moving, section 9 is purely AGM. Yes. He says an annual general meeting shall be held at the 13th section 9. Because this was my presence, I didn't not prepare to do this defense. I just said that I'm prepared to the next. So my to sit down. And so this is coming from a private authority. I'm sorry, I'm taking out the wrong one from the system. Yeah, so let me check it because this one was printed out and handed out to me to finish the installation. I didn't put them out. The one I have red printing. For now that we are here, I'm sorry, sir. Now that we are here,
Yes.
I'm on the way out.
Very well.
I saw Dr. Blockster. You on the way out. But we are right before the complex that we are at it here. Now that we are here, we take note of suggestions and corrections. I mean, that's my problem.
That's exactly what
I
I'm
saw Professor Sube submitted on the section, which looks unintelligible. If you have to compare it with the rule of this section.
So what I'm saying, what he's saying is what I have. Yes. But just see the sound that
we don't know it's a construction.
No. No, see, what you have that this thing went to neck. I'm not talking about correction, additional modification. This is
what is in your hand and what is being displayed happens to be different from what he has there. So we are trying to correct that, please. We are trying to correct that. We are trying to see how we will present what he has there on the screen. So please give us a little time to correct that error.
Okay. Now, how do they get that? How do they get that? Hello. What was scripted for all of us to bring is what we are doing. And that is what
exactly. All right. I was saying that the ghetto meeting should run with ghetto. And then get meeting should run with ghetto. That's the meeting that then the second is current meeting. And that meeting is the AGM. We put our broadcast meeting, our ghetto meeting to be one. So that's why you're seeing the confusion. No, because it's coming so many other things. Okay, let us have AGM meeting. But it's fine. So on session 9, we have discourse on AGM. The Global Executive Committee shall meet as often as necessary. The Global Executive Council shall meet at least 3 times a year. The Global President shall preside at all meetings of the association. Yes, sir.
We can say, yes, we meet twice a year, 3 times. So there's consistency. Let's go to 8.1B. We'll make it 2 times. Twice. That's what we get.
So what are we going to do now?
So I think the guy's credit, Ayemere called me. The guy credit finished. So he's trying to reload the guy by credit and reload.
Okay.
You see, again, this never happened when Ben Austin was alive, because we always made that arrangement well ahead of time. Ben Austin will load his phone because he knows that all those kind of coverage can last an entire day, you know. And his phone self, Ben Austin's phone, no be the one where they put a credit now, you know, in a prepaid or something like that. I don't know what they call it.
So, subscription.
Yes. So that's the problem they are facing now.
Wow. And this meeting is lasting too long, though.
Of course, when you want to revise constitution, to be longer. But they should have allowed the branches to present their reports first. Then they will not go into this. This will be the end, because this one will take us forever.
I can see that, yeah.
You are right. You are right, Ohens. Constitution review is usually a very lengthy matter. You know, it goes forth and back. Look at even one issue that we debated on. It almost took us 30 or 40 minutes.
Ohens, I don't know if you saw my posts. I'm trying to join from OR. Sorry, I was a little late, but it's really looking really rowdy to me, though. I don't know what.
It's very rowdy. It's very rowdy. It's very rowdy there.
It's very hard to follow anything. I can't follow anything. Too many people speaking at the same time.
Yeah,
not even sure.
The president doesn't have control over the thing, the meeting.
I think if I may say something here, please correct me, guys, because I don't know how this came about. Was there a constitution review committee set up?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. I was a member. Yes.
Okay. But the session has been very noisy, uncoordinated, and I've not been able to comprehend properly the sequence of how this thing has been going on. I'm just after the principal spoke, I just got lost.
Okay.
Yeah. Wouldn't it have been better after the Constitution Review Committee to debate it in the various chapters and let the chapters send representatives to discuss what the agreement of each chapter was?
We did that. The various branches were asked to send in their submissions regarding the Constitution. So every branch did that.
So why is there a problem? Isn't if there are things to reconcile, maybe with specific branches, why not send it back to those and arrive at almost a near consensus before coming to a general meeting?
The problem is that the AGM has to finalize whatever the branches sent to it. AGM still has to.
Correct.
So this.
I agree with that. I mean, there are things that it looks like it is coming up in the AGM. I mean, looking at almost as if they're seeing it for the first time, or it was never discussed.
Yeah, the only thing that came for the first time was the issue of a global physician. That was something that it was a last minute addition.
Yeah. I'm just trying to wonder why, despite all of that, why is this so rowdy and still so
is the if you chairman a meeting, I mean the person who chairmans a meeting matters. If you don't have control over the meeting, the meeting will just go down south. That is what is happening. The global president has so many people sitting with him there, dictating to him what should be done. Let's do this, let's do that,
And,
but
let me just
but beyond that, with due respect, but beyond that, combining e-meeting and in-person meeting is always not an easy thing, which is what happened with our case. It's always not easy. So many a time, like when you complained I wasn't recognizing you, he probably was focused at the audience. And those on the computer will have to call his attention to who is raising up hand and who is not raising up hand. So putting those two together can really be a
And that's
problem.
why, and that's
Dr.
why,
Dr.
and that's
Dr.
why,
Yaseke, if you use Zoom and in-person, if you have a Zoom and in-person meeting, what you do is you have to have a pattern that you use to call people. Either you call two people inside the room, one person from the forum, two people from the room, one person from the forum. So if you don't do that, you will cheat one group.
I agree, but I'm saying the combination can be problematic sometimes because if you look at the scene, the global president doesn't have a computer in his front.
No, he's looking at this thing in front of him, the screen. I see the screen. The screen is on his side. He's on his side. The entire room is able to see the screen, and he's looking at the screen, sideways.
Yeah, but apart from that, if you have the modality set out that take two from the audience, I take one from Zoom, I take one from comments.
Exactly.
Whether you are looking at the screen or not, once you have taken two from the audience, you now
it's the turn of the screen.
Yes, if there's no, you call for somebody from the screen, and if there's nobody there, then you move on to the next. Just have it, written out, and you know exactly how you're going to go methodologically. So you don't have to go
that is I truly endorse that idea because the president, the global president, is cognizant of the participation of those of us virtual, those there, and if he really wanted to delegate it, he could have delegated it to somebody to say, okay, you take one from the audience, you take one from the comments, then you take one from the virtual. That way there will be equal participation.
The president
to completely focus on those there with him and forget about us or not recognizing us or for us to be just left out there, I think it's a fault, and this has to be addressed so that in the next session, either he delegates somebody to coordinate and to assign, and to allow time in such a manner that it will rotate and everyone will have their turn. I think that's something you have to suggest to him, Dr. Ohens, please.
I've been texting back and forth with him now. I'm telling you, I see the way people are pushing him right, left, and center. Just pushing him here and there, telling him what to do. Oh, call that person, call this person. That's what is going on there.
They have to be cognizant of the fact that, when we here, especially those of us in the US, when we say 6 o'clock or 7 p.m., we keep to time here. And there is no African time here. Some of us have been up since 2 a.m. or 1 a.m. and they're waiting for them, and it took them 2 hours to start the session without communicating to us about the challenges they were having. And one of us here could have even been able to advise them as to how to fix the technical issue.
Yes.
It is just profoundly disturbing. And I don't know.
Let me, first and foremost, let us even thank Dr. Ohens, who has always provided this backbone for us to hold meetings generally. It's a transition period in which we all need to scale up we all need to be tech savvy.
It seems, let's see whether they've come back.
Okay.
Yeah, they're back. They're back.
Okay.
They're back.
Honestly, there is no way we are going to be able to hold AGM at night. We're going to fix it till the day. So these are issues. So please let them we'll try to get as fast as we can. But please let them observe we are on session 16 on trustee. I think this is what Paul wanted to do. I don't know what about trustee, what about Paul. If you are still on air, you will be
Under this section 16, any objection for those who are on ground? Any objection? Then what he was suggesting about tenure, I think he spoke already before he was asked to wait to get here, that the trustee members, the chairmanship seat should be rotated among them. The tenure, that's what I'm saying, rotated among them. Are we agreeing to that rotation? What tenure are you looking at? Yeah, what duration? Okay, 5 years, 10 years? If that for 4 years, can you raise up your hand?
Oh my God, when did it get to this place?
Okay, against 4 years. Against 4 years. Against 4 years. Okay, if it's for a different year, raise up your hand. Nobody. So we take that. Board of Trustees tenure, chairman of Board of Trustees should be 4 years. 4 years. That is from when this measure is passed. From when it's passed. Any vote from the zone? Okay.
We don't know what you guys are voting on. Oh boy, so frustrating.
It's fine now. So I think we should be in line with that approval for the last AGM. Reflect 5 to 5.
Instead of objection to it being so the fact is that under trustees of the and the chairman of that trustee shall serve for 4 years. Thank you. Section 17, common C, that is common provision. Common provision.
This is not good. Wow.
Now, section 18, special clauses. I think that anything you want to add or please on special clauses. That is interpretation. 20 is amendment. We are prepared with no show. 2 is schedule. Interpreting whatever is established. The global registrar. Register of application shall carry the following information on the members of all parties. This is what should be in our global register. What an addition or subtraction will be. 1. Name. Two, year of entry, year of living in school, residential address and telephone and email address. H, status, and I, any other relevant information. So that's the last one. Okay, so yeah, you add on the right, can be 10. All telephone lines. Yes, I want to. Allow me. At the signature place, we are counseling. Do you support secretary, president, trustee, or it should be secretary and president? Secretary and president. All right, so trustee, off. I did Joshua, I want to thank you for allowing me to present on behalf of the president. I know it's a privilege. Thank you for allowing me to present the president. And here about His Excellency, our global president, to finally rule on the constitution as passed. Okay. I'd like to thank you. Unfortunately, please, I will still beg you to help approve all the minor amendments here, accept it. You are right, but please, all the amendments that have been so captured, to send it to the secretariat so that we then arrange to make office. On that note, I want to beg that we seek your consent to approve this reviewed constitution and so this is the motion and then second week and then we'll go ahead there. Yes, Professor.
Thank you, President. I'd like to suggest that this topic that we have dealt with should be signed by you. So that it doesn't matter. I'm dated today for reference. So that tomorrow because I'm hearing is my copy, this is my copy, so that the one we are all considered and approved will be the working document that when they go to conclude, so that for uniformity just on that note, I move that this constitution of our great association be accepted as a working constitution of this great association.
Thank you so much. First, I want to congratulate you, Mr. President, for this milestone and to say that I agree with the motion in the move by Professor, but to add that as suggested by the document exhaustively dealt with here, because there are so many barriers in our way. The one we are approving now, which are going to support, should be the one we will sign and give to Mr. President to approve. I hereby, and as stated today, I hereby support the motion of the members in this conference in this house. In Jesus' name, amen. Are part of the house. They're not different. They are part of this house. Thank you.
Yeah, the only on behalf of those of us who are on Zoom, I just wanted to say we didn't partake in the revision of the Constitution from, I believe, Section 8 or so. We don't know what was finally adopted, particularly where it talks about election, our election. So we don't know what was adopted. So if you don't mind, go back. If you don't mind, let us know what was adopted regarding our elections.
Is that it appears those on Zoom did not participate clearly in the Section 8 of this Constitution.
No, from Section 8. If you can just give us, just tell us what was decided regarding elections, the provisions regarding our elections.
On Section 8, can we just go through it? Section 8 on election only.
Section 8 is not on election. I think they stopped hearing from Section 8 before they election is Section 11. Yes, but what is in Section 9? I didn't hear is meeting, not AGM. How to do AGM. And then Section 10 is headquarters, which we said will remain in ACC. So Section 11 is the election, which is the Global Executive Committee shall be elected during the AGM and shall remain in office for 24 months, which is 2 years, until the next elected AGM, which shall be held not later than 30 months after the election of the existing committee. I already explained that at length. And what it is that whereas the next cannot, office tenure is 24 months, which is 2 years, an extra 6 months was created as a deliberate legal lacuna. Deliberate to cover this issue that we have suffered for this tenure. In case there is an authenticity, in case there's not a resolved issue like Nick was explained to, then they will not enjoy that latitude for more than 6 months. After 6 months, something must happen. So they have a window of 6 months. And I'm sure the South American representative and other next members were at that meeting. Okay. So that was, I think that's
no, I just wanted to know whether the AGM approved what NEC recommended regarding all the election provisions. Okay. Okay, thank you.
Are you okay, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So, we have now executed the document of this AGM, and we will go about doing the it will be circulated for us to have for their input and for so the next item of the agenda also. So we take the report from branches. Why that is going on? I think the caterers are here. The main branch has taken permission because of the very nature of our country. They have taken permission to go and they have since left. So we ask the caterer to begin to serve everybody here. But please do not make noise with it. While we are now going for discussion on the reports of branches. Dr.
My able president, now that we are with this social case, that we take that one we were talking about the vacancy, I will put it the revised if that is taken, can I nominate somebody at the whole branch for that provision.
Okay, somebody have second information, and I want us to be very open to it, that this is not an election AG, and that we are managing on to ensure we have a proper election at a properly convened election AG. It's wise here today. Of course, I'm open to any whatever will be appropriate for us. That's the highest authority. So if you feel this next is the BP two position, we should be able to do it. Now, also listen, sir. When the global president, former global president died, BP1 moved to that position. Then the BP2 automatically moves to the position of the people. That is what has been in play ever since. So if we must sit at once, it will be the position of BP2, so as not to confuse anybody. But however, I don't know whether the Constitution permits that we do election in a situation like this.
I think we should devote the doctrine of heaven. Because the issue here is that the vacancy has already. And we did not have to wait for another election to take the position of president. So we should actually wait for another position, vacancy of the party. But I think we should just really put our two out of vice president. I think I should go.
Gentlemen, what do you say about the
Good boy, good boy.
The motion by Dr. Mira, I think my submission does it clarify the situation? If no, what then?
So I think the constitution we have just
Okay, before we go to let's just say the grace for me. In the name of the Father and of the Son and of the Holy Spirit. Let's also know and use your peace to do that for your bounty. Right. Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Yes, Professor.
The constitution we are applying going into section 5, which says that when there is a vacancy, yes, 5B, on the office of the president, VP1 shall take over. Then we go to section 8. Section 8, Section 8.2 D, cessation of membership of GECO. 4. In the event of the death or resignation of the global president, the global VP 1 shall be sworn in as president after an emergency session of the Global Executive Council, in which case the vice president 2 shall become vice president of the man, and the new vice president 2 shall be elected at an emergency meeting. So this is where we are.
At an emergency AGM. This is an emergency AGM. Let's just go.
President, I want to nominate Professor Obiru Gani for that.
Who is seconding that?
Yes, my
global president. And he may Ottawa is my name. I want to boldly support the notion every done by my senior brother, Mr. Peter, that only young should be invested in this responsibility. Thank you very much. Any dissenting voice? Therefore, as moved and seconded,
I'm here, Mr. President. Mr. President, I only just want clarification, sir. Yes, sir. I'm only just I'm seeking a clarification. What's the position they nominated someone for? Yes, I just wanted because of the static. I just wanted to know the position that we are nominating someone for.
Because Greg is automatically one by virtue of the Constitution since last year.
Okay, no objection.
Thank you, sir. Now, all right. It's better to err on the part of plenty than to err a lot of scarcity and then to shoot ourselves on the food. Thank God that in the new concept that have been approved, we have already created a blockage for resistance to public education until it's exhausted in the house. If that wisdom was not provided, this like a form of. Number one, if we have appointed or elected officers, we have elected officers as vice president, we need to make a pronouncement as a house that we are also derobing as special liaison officers. That's one. Then two, we must also correct in view of our minutes of the last 8 years. We have been progressing in error. There is no office of VP1 or VP2 under our personal rules. The AGM is the highest decision-making body of substitution. At the last AGM, what we did was a vice president, no one or two, and a diaspora vice president. I remember that VP2 was suggested to resolve the issue of 2 strong contenders, and Mr. Era led that objection of VP2, and it was carried. So but as we went on in administration,
this VP1 and VP2 numerator began to come up. So if we have to now call them VP1, VP2, especially now, Mr. President, that we are now of a global coverage, I think pronouncement should be made in this house to say that we now have this nomenclature as VP1 and VP2. So there's no something like a segregation of saying somebody is VP diaspora, because we are already operating like that. But it's in a minute, because what we are doing at that AGM will be the election that brought our next president already is VP and VP diaspora. No one, no two. But now that it's global, we could make a motion now to adopt it so that we will not continue in that area.
Easy.
So this motion to appoint the VP2 is to correct it because of
the Constitution clears that. So
no problem. It's okay. It's okay.
no rival.
President, let us also be clear. Implicit on this our election and ratification of the presidency of our global president, Pascal Esere and Enamo as VP1 and Ojade as VP2. The next AGM for election, implicitly, this post are no longer vacant and will be contested. No, it's 2 years. Listen. No, hold on. Our president was elected last year by NEC, and we have been ratified as a de facto president. He was not elected, he was not active president. So he must serve his 2 years. Is that what is the implication of your ratification? Was he acting president? No, I want to be educated. He was elected as president, and today you ratified the election of the presidency. You ratified it. There's no one acting.
Okay. No, that's hold on. Just hold on. Before I come to Omi and other, Dr. Ohens needed to say something. Are you still interested?
No. I raised my hand earlier only to tell just regarding what my brother Ogbaide said regarding ratifying VP1 and VP2. I think Dr. Odafe cleared that that is already enshrined in the Constitution, so we don't need another motion. So that is resolved. The other topic of presidency and all that, I want to wait for the debate.
Okay, Professor.
My very respected president, I think it is important to know where we are coming from. We had at the last meeting, we decided to set up a committee to help us improve the constitution. So therefore, who are for which the diaspora activate for. This is the first federal report. And now we have accepted the constitution for use based on our initial arrangements. And what the constitution says that from the day of acceptance of the constitution, the committee, electoral committee, shall be set up that will deliver on election within 90 days. Not on the day of the constitution. There's only a post of 5. No, sorry. What I'm saying, sorry.
what the ratification of his presidency was just for the purpose of enabling him to sit properly to attend the court. Because confirmation as president is meeting at present. So we have to ratify.
This is frustrating. No?
It is very frustrating. The audio is out again. Is it that the person holding the mic or the video turn off his mic?
The guy is there. Someone is speaking.
Yeah.
Now, wow.
And the thing goes off when they have very important topics to discuss.
Oh boy, what the heck?
And the guy did not, it's not as if the guy, let me see. The guy, I don't. My hair, Bebatao.
A free will.
A muma of your bookman.
Telling you. They don't turn down on now.
By that neck. And that is what you now rectify today. So implicitly, you are now saying that the presidency started last year. And in any case, the presidency of our late President Mweke, the first year ended last year in November. And that was the time we came in. So it's not continuing anything. He ended, his presidency has ended 2 years. It starts for 2 years. So well, there's nothing like you don't need 2 days you wanted to need to. There is nothing. It's not. So implicitly, our president has started his own presidency. Now you are finished by November, you finish 1 year. Next year it will be 2 years. And today you are electing. That's what you are error. You are committing an error. The 52 you should have said is active. Because if you say this AGM, you have elected VP2 today. You are not saying you spend 2 years. But you said you didn't say by getting an active VP2. You said you are electing a VP2. You didn't say active. So unless you are reversing yourself in this AGM now, you don't reverse yourself, his vice presidency starts today. And you will not be eligible for election this is on 2 years' time. That is how it is. Without due respect, I'm sure I will not overheat the system.
Oh, the thing's gone off again.
I don't know now.
When is the president elected?
Oh boy. Time for me to go on break anyway.
We're sure we're Wenario.
Oh, no. This is my productivity this time is gonna be 0. Oh my goodness. Oh boy. This is preposterous. Meeting Marky anyhow.
Okay, that's okay. We are the supreme body of the association. Forget that picture. This level of association that can do and do, including agreeing to say that we don't need it again, we don't need that again. This is this level. So I will not know about that in that school. Now, when we come to a crossroad like this, two things for me is necessary. We have the conclusion, the sign. Now, the question has what to say. On this matter, you can either rest the position and continue or overrule yourself. Which is the easiest way out. That is society, that's what we look at. Without being biased, without being political. If you can say we continue to come back to do an election, the person has been asked, we took control the government. I was thinking that what we people do so that we can get ready, get a control ready, get him treated and circulated and then move on with it. It will suggest to this supreme body whether we should allow this expo to enjoy their 2 years. So that after the 2 years, people know how it happens. This is November, we're still on the second leg. Let's go on the 2 years, and then we will apply the conclusion. That's the conclusion. But if also, we are able to write here and also decide that we are prepared to call for an election. So, because it's you, we treat architects that let's agree on what we want to do, and it's move on and move on from that point. The chair of the house, I have an opinion that since The current global president came aboard when we lost And the intention is that for him to have ascended to take his position, he can complete his tenure. He will not have said because the former president is what they told to die. Somebody is the association is true. So somebody should step in and take over. So what we are saying now is one elected today has been preached. They should always for whatever it is in the next election. Then if need be, then we contest. Because we have a tradition in this association.
No video.
No video.
So from now, the current SO is holding.
I'm talking to the president so that they'll turn on the video. But I'm not sure they know we are no longer seeing the video. The guy who is helping us, is one of our compass. He's doing his best.
Habib?
And yes, Habib Shola is a copper.
Probably we should train him well, just like Austin was doing. And Austin was doing. So that he knows exactly.
Services well paralleled.
Yeah. Took a walk, man. I'm freaking tired. Man, this meeting is gonna last for 8 hours.
Who are liking what we are doing here.
On this illegality, where would they promote? ML.
Illegality, what do you mean?
That there shouldn't be election, we never continue to serve.
I mean, no, that's not right because I mean, now is Dr. Odafe is bringing that one up now.
Yes.
I mean, what is going to happen is that man dies, the next person step into it, he serve the remaining times of that man, an election comes, and do a whole election.
That's what's supposed to be.
That's what it's supposed to be. Oh, wow.
Who is proposing that they should continue?
Your classmate.
No, that is unconstitutional. They should know better. That's unconstitutional, and we should not allow that. There has to be an election. That's why they have their terms.
If an election takes place and he wins, he will get more legitimacy than
exactly. Because if the other gentleman was alive, they will be holding an election now to elect new officers. So this should not just continue on a default as a result of a default. And, this
yes. Yeah, but we are no longer receiving pictures. We no video. We're not saying anything. Abib, if you can turn on your video, please. Those of us who are here, we're just like watching a blank screen. So just so you know, we didn't hear most of your discussions. We didn't hear what you were discussing. The last person that spoke that we were able to hear was Ogbede before he handed over the microphone to somebody in front of him. But my appeal to all of us is we revised our constitution for a reason, because we wanted to promote, 1, globalization, 2, legitimacy. We want to ensure that the things we do are governed by our constitution. And when our global president was, when he stepped in as our global president, it was because of the passing of our former global president. And it was on the understanding that he would serve the remainder of that term. And we extended the period because of the necessity the need for us to have a new constitution. That was why we extended the period to this point. And I think it will be more honorable on the part of our global president and this current ESCO to lead us into an election. It doesn't matter whether they win again and come back. If you ask me, I don't want us to say, oh, let them just stay for another 1 year, then it will be 2 years. No. Let's schedule an election. If they win, they serve a full term of 2 years. That is constitutional. They serve a full term of 2 years, and they will be eligible for another re-election if they want to. Personally, I don't want anything. We are very intelligent people. Occupiers are very intelligent people, and we shouldn't be behaving the way people behave in our Nigerian bigger society, where they just try to bend the rules to suit their own interest. That is not the kind of role modeling we should be doing for the occupiers who are coming after us. We should follow our constitution. We should do things the right way. It doesn't really matter who wins, who emerges our president. Let's do the right thing. Let's do the right thing. The VP2 position that was taken care of today is in accordance with the constitution. Exactly those provisions that Professor Omi read. Those provisions indicate that we can appoint someone to step in. However, an election has to take place for us to have an ESCO. I just want us to try as much as possible to act in accordance with our constitution. Let's behave as civilized people. Let's not bend rules. That's my take.
Supported.
Okay, let me begin by greeting every one of you and to thank you all for this, what I call a brotherly gathering or a family gathering. And to thank all of those that have brought this Akioba from infancy to this matured platform. My name is Iqbal Okoto-Onuawagbe. I'm of the 1973 set. I think one point I would like to make here is this. When we have a constitution, we go by the contents of the constitutions and the articles in there. We do not have a constitution to circumvent the constitution. So let's have this as we proceed and as we deliberate along. And there was a reason why the current administration are still in office. It was as a result of a special exception when we lost our ex-wife global president. And the Constitution requires that the vice president be sworn in to complete the term. Now that term has expired, and it is prudent for us to conduct an election. So that is my point, and that is what the Constitution stipulates. Thank you all very much for listening, and let's deliberate, and let's adhere to the stipulations in the Constitution that we have. And the Constitution is meant for us to abide to, and for us to adhere to the constants of the Constitution in order for us to be productive and to progress in all our undertakings. Thank you very much.
We heard you. Let me go to Dr. and I'm going to go to Professor Omi, and then we close this chapter. Can you give this mic to one, please?
You know they hear this thing again. Abi Bishola, if you can hear us, we know they hear anything again. No?
Now when they want to knock us off, not they knock up, that's when they cut it off. But by the time they don't vote finish, they'll come put us back again. They are this troublesome group. Make we cut them off. Oh boy.
Yeah, we're done.
We know they hear them again. No.
But by the time we start hearing them, they will start voting.
I hope they won't vote on this issue. When Yaradua died, good luck served the remaining 2 terms. When it was time for election, there was a general election.
Election, exactly. I don't even know why
the General Assembly did not say just continue.
Oh.
These days.
You know, I mean, we were going to hold an election until
we can create a way to ensure that we don't harm our constituents or harm ourselves. Because if we say we must do election 90 days from now, it supposes that by now we already have a global ready, which we do not have. So I like to move that this issue.
What's it moving?
That this, we are not hearing anything. I mean, we didn't hear the motion.
See, I told you this Ojoro did this thing. I told you that.
So what's the motion? What's the motion?
I don't know. The next thing we'll hear is the vote on it.
What's the motion? What demanded the motion? What means motion? We didn't hear the motion. We didn't hear the motion.
What motion are you people moving?
We didn't hear the motion.
The current expo be attempted to complete the tenure of the current administration till November to allow for a proper election.
No, that is unlawful.
Yes.
It's completely is an illegitimacy that we are not going to support. That is an illegitimacy we are not going to support. It's unconstitutional and it's illegitimate.
That they require 90 days to build up the membership register, which was required 90 days, and then notice of election, formation of the committee, and all of that as a state constitution we have to put in place. So all of that needs to be done.
We can accomplish all of that, sir. Mr. President, we can accomplish all of that by November, December this year. We can accomplish all of that by November, December this year. We can accomplish everything that you described, sir. We can accomplish it by November, December this year, and we can have an election by November, December this year.
We can move forward because we already have.
You guys hearing what he's saying?
Let us take the cost of branches starting from Abuja.
Mr. President, I have to report back to my branch. I don't know the decision reached. We are just moving forward. Somebody moved a motion. I don't even know what motion was the decision we've reached on that motion. We're asking us to move forward.
Dr. Ohens.
Yes.
We're not here.
Our AGM happens every November of every year. We can have an AGM in November, and we can accomplish what we want to accomplish.
And then we need to then move forward by accepting the policy of practice. Please.
What was the decision regarding this matter?
Exactly.
What was the decision about this matter? What was the decision we reached? What was the decision we reached?
He's asking for the decision reached.
The election to happen in November 2023, so that the current ESCO will have been able to build up a membership register as well as set up election committee that will conduct the election, and will have done one term in office.
Mr. President, I cannot sell that illegitimacy to Acuba North America. We can have an election in November of this year. I agree that we need time to plan for an election, but you don't need eternity to do so. You do not need eternity to do so. Doing so is promoting illegality, is promoting unconstitutionality, is unconstitutional what we are trying to do. So we have very learned people in the room. Everybody there is very learned, but we are trying to promote illegality.
I'm trying to connect.
Is earning a tenor through the back door. We don't want to do that.
No, sorry. No, I am trying to.
I think all of you here who are members of North America, you can see the politics that is going on, how a group of people will promote illegality, illegitimacy, you promote it and you force it on other people. What stops us? We are in July. Are you saying we cannot, within the next 6 months, plan an election?
But really, according to the Constitution, it's
a violation of the Constitution. The Constitution that was enacted today is being violated right there in the room.
Yes.
And the chairman of the Constitutional Review Committee is sitting right there supporting the same thing.
And as a matter of fact, going by the Constitution, every executive member right now is acting on acting capacity.
So why can't we just follow the Constitution?
We just enacted the Constitution. We approved the Constitution, and we are violating the provisions of the Constitution right there in the room.
Why can't we just follow the Constitution the way it is written?
Simple.
You know, we only made an amendment so that it can include the diasporans into voting. We didn't make an amendment so that we flout everything on the Constitution.
I mean, even the new Constitution that is approved does not grant this period that they want to take through the back door.
They didn't. I mean, they just all of a sudden brought up.
Why would you approve a Constitution this day and you are violating the Constitution right in the room there? And we complain about Nigerian government not leading us right, but the small organization that we have to run, we don't want to follow the rules. We don't want to follow the Constitution.
Oh boy.
But I must tell us that as AGM, as it's so properly called, AGM is like a Supreme Court. They can rule and upon their ruling on themselves. They can rule and overrule themselves. It's not like a statement that we are breaking the Constitution. We are actually part of the Constitution today. I explained how we are passing today a full question of suspension and what?
Yeah, that's the mentality we have in Nigeria. You suspend the Constitution.
No way. That is unacceptable.
That is a lawyer talking.
And we have said, as suggested, we have argued it. We have looked at the pros and cons, and we have said it is ideal, it is legal. that even though the measure has been passed, this ESCO to conclude their test. We have read the technical professors and doctors make the
The test ended last November.
every day we shouting for. It common sense. We need legislation. Just as we were here this morning and this is when people work, we have to take the amount of 50 have to go to the law. Because I'm not stopping from going to pray. Let's do it. Not to make it to leave the message. We are doing that from this time on. Let us allow them to continue. So that they can begin to do all the preparation. This is what happening is on this one. And then when we are done with that, by then, November next year, we have 10 years. And if they still want to contest, they can still contest with this or so they can contest for the I don't say anything about that. If you are being said by China, unless there is an illegal motive for them, then so we have to calm down. But let it do.
I will tell you this, and I have members of Akiba North America. All our ESCO members and some members are still are still part of the Zoom here. If that is what you want to do, we are not going to be party to it. As far as we are concerned, we have the next 6 months to be able to conduct an election in accordance with the Constitution. You approved the Constitution today, and you are telling us you are going to suspend the Constitution today so as to promote illegality. We are not going to be part of that. If that is how you want to run Akiba, we are not going to be party to it. We are not going to be party to illegitimacy. We criticize our government for promoting illegitimacy, and this small association that we run, we do that, and yet we say we are learned people. So if you want to promote illegitimacy, Akiba North America will not be part of that. As far as we are concerned, we have between now and November this year to conduct an election. It doesn't matter whether this ESCO is returned, but this ESCO needs that legitimacy in accordance with our Constitution. When you circumvent the Constitution, you are saying the AGM has a right to circumvent the Constitution. I don't know what law says that.
It is an aberration to do an election, to do an AGM, 2 AGMs in 1 year. Now, between you and we are just writing on the doctrine of necessity to be able to do what we are doing now. What I agree with you is we accelerate the need for the next election, but as far as the position of this house is concerned, AGM has approved that the election on November 2020.
As far as we are concerned, Mr. President, beginning from November, your presidency will be legitimate and will not submit to your presidency beginning from November this year when we are supposed to have an AGM. You cannot continue to stay as a president governing over an illegitimate executive. I completely support your government. You've been very helpful, but there is a limit to an interim arrangement. The interim arrangement was as a result of a doctrine of that necessity that came up. That necessity does not give us the authority to circumvent our Constitution that was approved today. I'm not going to be party to this. I'm not going to be party to this. If that is how you guys want to do it, go ahead. I mean, you enacted the Constitution today, and you have violated the Constitution today. And the chairman of the Constitutional Review Committee is saying the AGM has a right to violate the Constitution.
almost immediately. Let's see where we can make by virtue of what is expected. So let me call for acceptance of this. It's good. And I want to thank you all for your patience. Even though we have whether on Zoom or physical presence, I need to address it. For taking long, and they have exhausted all the items on the agenda, and the report of practice to be submitted by party to the secretariat.
So what are they doing now? They have cut us off.
Oh yes, they muted the. I saw someone gesticulating that they should mute us. Ogbede was telling the guy to mute the Zoom.
Okay. You look like you're in for a fight then.
In the name of the Father, Son, I think. Our righteous Father, we want to thank you for this moment. We want to thank you for all we have discussed here. First and foremost, we.
Wait a minute. Are they saying the closing prayers?
Oh yeah, they are.
So what is the conclusion? That is staying for the next 3 years?
Yes, they're staying to December 2023.
Well, I will not support that. I'm not going to be party to that.
That is Nigeria for you, or why? This is how our people behave, and they will claim that our government is not doing well. Our government is not doing well. When you are unable to do well in your own small, you're unable to do your own small part of it.
But in actuality, the current executives, they are out there on acting capacity according to the Constitution. What? I mean, why would this be something that is so difficult to resolve? Just go by the Constitution and it's simple.
The same Constitution that only allows 120 days after after today that the election must take place within 6 months. They have now, the same guy who chairman the constitutional review is saying the AGM can suspend the Constitution. You know,
no way.
Military style.
No.
Military coup.
No. Is there a provision in the Constitution where it says that where it stipulates provisions for the suspension of the Constitution?
No.
So why must that be something that should even be entertained in a gathering like this? Are they trying to insult our intelligence?
Exactly.
For what?
That's what they're doing.
I mean, we know what we're doing. We know who we are. We can read between the lines. I mean, we are not here to just listen and to be allowed to continue in this direction. As if we don't know what we are doing.
Someone has served as in the interim as president from October. You are saying you cannot have an election by November this year or December this year? That person would have served 1 year and 3 months. You are giving them another 1 year plus 1.5 years without an election.
Wow. So we gotta have to do our own strategy though, because it looks like they are saying bullshit to you guys. We're gonna do what we're gonna do. So the ball is in our court now.
Wow.
Wow.
Nigeria style. We are talking about PDP and APC or whatever ACP.
Up Nigeria, up Nigeria.
They don't bring a Tinubu there now.
Yeah, Emiloko.
I beg. It's so sad. I mean, we're talking about Nigeria as a bigger perspective. I mean, I'm short
this
of words.
supposed to be ACC, right?
That's right. I'm short of words. I mean, I'm completely disappointed and in most of the home branch of what they've been saying all this while.
You know, when they told me all of this, that this is what they planned, I told the president we're not going to support them. And the president pretended he didn't know what was going on. The president pretended he didn't know what was going on. He told me, oh, I don't know what is going on and all that.
Now lies. Let it go. We will pull out. Let it go. We go our own way.
Yeah, exactly.
Just 1 minute. I'm trying to, gentlemen, 1 minute. I'm trying to remove non-NA member. Trying to remove non-NA member so that we can. Even in my set, is the same thing. My set, we've had one executive now for forever. No election. Nothing. Okay, I think it's just us now. Yeah, it's just us. So, what are your your take?
Whoever made that initial suggestion,
I don't know. Somebody listening Let's say now, Julius, let's say you're this team the echo.
Really? Let me mute and see if that helps.
Yes, it's good now. Yes. So, but when you want to speak, you can just unmute yourself. So, when you were speaking.
Yes, I said whoever made that initial proposition. I mean that's just. I mean, to me, that's very dumb and preposterous.
It's not that fair.
I mean, when Yaradua died, Jonathan came in. When it was time for election, they had an election. You even had to go through primaries.
I don't even think we should be using the country to.
No, but listen, is it not because of the
we shouldn't be using
we objected to the way they were going to do the election and the constitutional review?
We have a constitution. Just go by the constitution and everything is simple. All this is unnecessary if we go by the constitution.
I mean, the painful thing is you just approve the constitution today.
Exactly.
And to this same day, you are circumventing it.
He said the constitution should be suspended. If the constitution is suspended, the current EXCO members should be suspended.
He said
They should be suspended.
the AGM has the right to suspend the constitution. That is the guy who even chairman the constitutional review.
Well, I will not encourage you to support this.
Yeah, I think what I heard, what I heard was essentially we're not too interested in due process. We're interested in what is possible, enforceable. And since we are the AGM and we know that we can enforce this, then we're going to go with it. So that's essentially what not just what I heard, that's what was said, right? Because when somebody comes and says the AGM is like the supreme power and can suspend it, then they're saying, yeah, we get it, we understand there's due process, but right now we're not interested in due process. We're interested in what our power allows us to enforce, and that's what we're going to do. And I think that is unfortunate, like everybody else has said.
That's not good enough.
But the truth is, the AGM does not even have that power. The AGM does not have that power to negate the constitution. So it's a misinterpretation of everything. And that is how our people reason at home. That is really very painful. You know, they come up with something to justify their action. The AGM does not have the power to say we are suspending the constitution. We are not running a military government. You know, this is not martial law.
Why do we even need to suspend the constitution?
I mean, I don't understand. Why did you approve the constitution today?
Let me say this now. I don't think this is something that was just that is unpremeditated. This must have been planned before now.
It was planned. You are so correct. This was planned.
No, because the way, because
there was the execution.
I was having a back and forth chat with Julius earlier on. There were two things planned for this meeting: global physician and to elongate the term for these guys to stay in office. They lobbied me. If you don't know, Dr. Odafen is my first cousin. His father is my father's half-brother. So he was the one who lobbied me. I just listened to him. I didn't know where that is. The thing was coming.
Idea. Yeah,
I didn't know where it was coming from. I was in bed around that time, 1 a.m. He called me and was telling me this. I just told him, I'm sleeping. Let me think about this. So he was expecting me to support it. Why would I support such illegitimacy? When I went home, the 3 days I was in Esa, I stayed in a beautiful villa. And I stayed. We are close, but that does not make me, I will become subservient to you or no, I won't do that. If you are promoting illegitimacy, I will not be party to it. And that is what he does all the time. That was how he emerged as the president.
If I had known, I would have brought it up that this idea was already planned by a few of them, and they wanted to interject it into this session. And that is not something we should.
It was crushed when that physician thing didn't go through. You see, it was like this all through. He was not happy because the people he expected would vote for it went against it. He thought he already got me because he discussed it with me and the thing. You know, it's that that they are doing honors me. I was thinking, what
you never done it from a family deception. Well, Jolly
it was one wearing black.
He was sitting by Pascal.
Oh, right there. Okay.
Yeah, he was sitting by Pascal. He was the one telling Pascal this and this, that. And Pascal, I've been telling our ESCO, Pascal is very power hungry, and Pascal would have won an election. He would have won
easily, yeah, because he's been doing well recently.
He would have won the election. And I told him, I said, look, our people here who were against you initially, after the grand reception, they called me and told me maybe we should give him the chance to, you know, and I told them yes, the guy really worked. He worked very hard, you know, to support our idea of a grand reception and all that. He worked very hard. Of all members of the ESCO, he was the one that worked the hardest, you know, to ensure that that thing came to fruition. So I told him, I said, well, if we have an election, anytime we have an election, whoever is going to campaign against you, that person will have to work hard, because you have proved to us that you can actually lead the association. But you know, sometimes some people don't have self-confidence, or it's just because of the system in Nigeria where they think, okay, I'm already there. If I have people telling me to stay, I will just stay. I told him, don't promote illegality, because it's not going to give you the legitimacy you need.
So what we should do is now maybe we will write a letter to them, you know, letting them know our position, and that if by November such a thing is not and the constitution provision is not followed, that we are out. We are not going to be part of illegitimacy that is there.
You know, you are right. I think we should remove ourselves from the global platform right now.
Yeah, but let me. We have up to November.
Yes,
we have up to November for us to do that. So let us write them
So
formal letter.
Let me, as a junior boy, let me quickly say, I think the conversation is important, but the truth is we should call an ESCO meeting, Bros. Ohens, and then we can have this meeting as the ESCO. Thankfully, Onwalane Igbolekoto is here, so we know that there are other people who are not members of the ESCO who witnessed what happened today. But I think we shouldn't make any decisions on this Zoom meeting. We should call an ESCO meeting, make those decisions there, then circulate it with our house, and then before we start, let's not be rash, right? Because they acted rashly doesn't mean that we need to act rashly, but we should act decisively, right? Because I think we have a responsibility to show what good governance looks like. So we shouldn't shy away from it, but let's not do it in any rush way at all. Let's just do it methodically.
Yeah, if I may add here, it's not just a meeting of the ESCO. Let's call a meeting of the Akioba North America, and brief them of this development, and also let them know what our position is. And in the meantime, let's continue to participate in everything about Akioba until November. And if when November they continue with their illegitimate administration, then I personally will not be part of that. And I hope we will in unison agree that we will not be part of that and to promote something that is illegal. That is just my point, because the constitution is there, it's clear. I mean, you can't insult my intelligence. I mean, for what? At least I'm educated enough to read in between the lines and understand what a simple English is, a simple statement. You know, I don't need a lawyer to interpret it to me, you know. This
so
is
did they cut us off? What happened?
Well, they have finished the meeting. They said the opening prayers or the closing prayers.
Oh, okay. So now, so the ESCO, I mean, there is no the ESCO that were acting now. They have automatically reinstated them for another how many years?
Till
2 years.
December 2023.
Also, there's no election. They are not going to be voted for.
They're not going to be voted for. They said they should stay. That we wouldn't have enough time to do.
No. Why would that be?
You know,
wow.
That's
so they just rammed us. They rammed over us and moved on. Oh, wow.
Yeah, they feel that well.
It's not going to happen.
We can rant whatever you want to rant.
Akioba North America accounts for about 80% of the funding of ACC projects.
Yes.
So I don't think to treat somebody who contributes disproportionately towards a mission that way, I think it doesn't make any sense. Yeah.
But apart from that, we
like I said, we do have a responsibility, because if we don't seize the responsibility to show what good governance is, then we also have failed. So this is not just because of us or we agree, it's that we actually share in the responsibilities to show what governance should look like, even if many people in Nigeria feel like they have to just sort of go with whatever the system tells them. So we shouldn't shirk that responsibility. So this is a big deal. I agree with everyone. I do think we should call an ESCO meeting, and I agree with Owana and Ogbelo Koto. I think after we have the ESCO meeting, we know the salient point we want to communicate. We should then call a general assembly of Akiba North America and tell them what we're trying to do and get their thoughts as well. But yeah, we have a response.
But we have not been exerting our influence over activities there. And everything so far that has been very well publicized have been spearheaded by Akiba North America. And everything about ACC that is in the news media that everybody's trying to embrace is something that was initiated by Akiba North America, you know, and we've not been exerting that influence upon them, or to say this is what you must do or this is what you must not do, you know. And when it comes to voting power, I think we still have the population here, you know. But I mean, due respect demands that we all be respected, and we should not just undermine individuals because of distance, because we are not there. You know, I mean, we should learn to respect ourselves, and even in ACC, I mean, there is the rule of law. There are things that are procedural. And we were brought up in such a way that we have that discipline to follow the law. We have the Constitution, which is the law that governs the administration and how Akiba is managed. And we are now circumventing it.
Let me quickly say this.
So,
you know,
Ohens.
Can I just finish? Let me say my thought, please, if you don't mind. They are calling our bluff right now. They're calling our bluff. And if they succeed, I bet you we'll be relegated to the background. They will never listen to us anymore. If they succeed in this one, this is the first time they have called our bluff. All this time they've been very, very careful, treading walking the very fine line, not to get us angry or do one thing or the other. Some of them have always said, you know what, who are they, Seb? I mean, what can they do? But right now, they have called our bluff, and they want to know how we react. And if we don't react appropriately, going forward, we will never make any statement that they will follow. They will, at the end of the day, they will say, you know what, we can do whatever I want to do. Either maybe I can, yet they can't do nothing. So I'm not saying, just like Julius said, and Senior Ogbelo Koto said, we will follow the appropriate way to deal with this case. We still give them the rope till November. Call an ESCO meeting, eventually call a general meeting for Akiba North America. Give them, tell them what they've done and what our action is going to be. Then if by November they don't do that, then this time we will have to write them a letter after we have called our meeting. We'll now write a letter and say, this is our own stand regarding the issue that we don't discuss, because we have already met our members. By November, if they don't do it, we are out. We are out. And they will have to cut us, they will have to come back and cut us back into the group.
And you remove the names of all of those EXCO members that you have included in our North American platform. You remove them from our platform.
I mean, we have to let them know that we control it. We do. But we respect them though, because they are the global.
So
Julius has been raising his hand. Julius has been raising his
yeah,
hand.
go ahead, Julius. Go ahead, Julius. If I say Julius,
why Dr. Ohens and
yes, if I say Julius,
yeah.
they frozen up.
No, I think we are switching to our other meeting, myself and him.
Okay.
Right there.
Yeah. Yeah, this is just strange, yo. It's strange.
So it don't mean I got low.
What I would recommend is this. We just like I think whether it was Julius or Chris or somebody who suggested, we should the ESCO should meet first. We discuss it at the ESCO level. Then we now prepare a report to the general house. We'll hold our meeting and we report back to the general house that this is what is going on. Personally, my own opinion is when we report back to the general house, based on what the general house says, we will write just the same way we wrote to them about inclusiveness, our resolution. We will write and send to them that we insist that an election be held this year by no later than December. Then in accordance with our constitution. Then if they fail to at the end of the year, we can determine the action we want to take. That would be just like Julius said, we shouldn't act irrationally, you know. That would be that. Let's just handle it with tact. But I just sent, because Pascal is trying to he thinks I'm a fool. He's trying to deceive me. He sent me a message. Mr. President, I really think we should listen to the people. They are not seeing it the way we had agreed. I will start the process of election immediately, and let us see how it goes. And I wrote, I said, Mr. President, you just lost me. I believe you wanted it and went with their illegitimacy as the beneficiary. Acuba North America will weigh the unlawful action taken today in violation of the Constitution that was approved by the same AGM. I respect you a lot, but you just demonstrated an action that many folks here have always cautioned about. I told you a few days ago that this was a predetermination for this AGM, and you swore you knew nothing about it, when indeed you were party to the entire arrangement. Dr. Odafe informed me personally that both of you had the discussion and reached a decision.
So this is installation, really. It was they installed him. You know, they want to carry on with the same old style of, oh, it's your turn. It's, you know, you go ahead. The Milocon, exactly. So and they cannot even criticize the government because they're doing the same thing.
You see them talking about global physician. All the money that we contribute to help the sick, the money comes from here.
Yeah.
Yes, now.
How much did they donate? Even
they are donating 5,000 to 10,000.
And we have 3 physicians, top physicians,
who are already doing the prayer of charge.
One from
Nigeria,
one from UK, and one from the US. That they take care of these things. All we do is raise money and we refer the patient to them, and they do a very good job. The other man, the Benin branch guy, Arula, would have just been operated on by his surgeons.
They would have gone to India
for nothing. But when these guys reviewed it, they realized that this guy does not need surgery. The 9 million we raised for Arula, he didn't spend more than $1.5 million. You know?
No, so, that's the problem. That's why Nigeria is the way it is.
I mean, when you see this kind of thing, they happen for this kind of small setting, you go no say Nigeria get a long way to go.
Yes, I agree.
Matthew Onegbe,
you are muted.
Hey, you know, we just the aftermath of the meeting now we did now.
Okay, because
May I stay small? Later, I have a service. I just finished my service. Say, let me check back.
It's rig election in Nigeria.
Election Nikila.
We are supposed to set a date to have an election for the new ESCO.
Okay.
But what they did is just said I was going to till 2023. You know, just all those kind of mentality for Nigeria. Hey, go on song, 4 more years, 4 more years, 4+4. You know, those kind of things what they do for Nigeria.
Okay. The president remain now. They did change. It remain.
We are not even saying he should leave. We are saying now one election with the November Nadal election. You know, let's have an election within the next 6 months. In all honesty, the man go for if for still win. If for still win, not for win. But when he win, you go no say then elect him, and he go get that legitimacy. You know. But in now, because now he go benefit from the thing, he no fit tell them say no, this is illegit, this is not, it's not proper. We just
I don't even I don't even think they plan it.
Yes, now.
It's not them doing it on his behalf. He's an active participant.
Yeah, that they can discuss all with you. I would have told them. I would have just let them know that they cannot bring this thing up. You don't come up with something like this when you have planned it.
All right, stop it.
I would just make it that Eminedolu of Veania, you know, that this is not just something coming up here. This is something that they discussed behind, you know, and they all agreed on it, those few of them. And I would just mention their names. I would have mentioned their names. If you're on Vaco discuss all that, you know.
No, that's the quest for power.
One question though. No, say me. One question. Me, I newly joined this. I just newly. They not newly add me to the ECOBA Association, the Old Boys Association. But how has it been ever since? How has this president been ever since? Has he been doing the work that he's assigned to do?
First of all, he was not elected. It's because the president died last year. He was the vice president, so he assumed. Basically, we didn't have, because we needed to plan the burial and everything and continue with the project. So it was even not America that sponsored the motion, let him become president, not acting president, until the new president is elected. So he took that to mean, oh, now I'm on seat, I need to try to elevate. The same way the Nigerian politics work. Because Ohens was even, I remember we were at the INEC where he said, no acting, let's make him president. So that we can continue to do what we are doing. But, you know, before they wanted to do election last year, they say, oh, don't worry, what we after the election, we amend the constitution to include you people. They say, oh, you have to be, the constitution says you have to be in Asia to vote. We say, oh, but we are not in Asia, you are taking our money. How can we not vote? So that was why we raised a lot of dust. Then the elder stepped in and said, yes, we need to amend the constitution. So today was to ratify the constitution. So they ratified it and suspended it at the same time.
Oh, they did, because I was with the meeting when they are doing reading the.
Oh, they are ratifying the constitution today.
But
and then they say, oh, but by the way, instead of saying, okay, the next election is November or December, they say, no, this one should continue.
Oh.
Until next 2023.
Okay. When in 2023? 2023 is already when?
December.
December, okay. Wow,
yes.
Yeah, one more
so
year.
Basically, they will have had
a year and 6 months. A year and 6 months.
No, but no, remember they started last December, right? They will have 2 years.
No, they are adding, that is from today. It's another year.
Yeah, no, I know. Yeah, from today it's a year and 6 months. I'm saying since when they were acting, it's a full term, because actually the president died just before the election. So
the president died in October. The president died in October. The AGM was supposed to take place in November.
November, yeah.
Yeah. He died just before the AGM was supposed to take place.
I mean, why can't you have election this November or even December?
Because he don't think he will win. That's why I'm telling you, he sponsored those people. He don't think, because he don't think North America will support him. Because if we don't support him, he don't think he can win. So basically, he has to read.
Where the president? Where is he? Where is he? Is he in Lagos or Abuja?
Benin Branch. He's part of Benin Branch.
Okay, Benin Branch.
Nigeria.
Okay.
This is why we keep complaining Nigeria is not going forward. How can it continue? Even association with technically no budget, everything is. I mean, we are trying to help, but yet you play this kind of dirty politics in a non-profit. Talk less of when you give your local government chairman or state governor. You can see why Nigeria is the way it is. I mean, I expected this. I never trusted them. We don't need them really. So if they prove that they don't want to be our partner, we'll continue doing what we're doing. I mean, what are they going to do? Meet and break all along. That's what they normally do, drink my wine.
I think
until we started, there was no project going in apart from a set doing gates, doing fence.
I think what they just showed to us is that it's an eye opener for us, and also we.
Why this is what happened in most families. That wherever America, you bring the money, let us make the decision. This is what happened in most families too. You just bring the money. Where are you going? We know what to do with the money.
Well, quick question. Are they in control of the...
Let me give you an example. When my mother died, okay, now we catering this to get this. You may know that I should bring the money that then every day they will be telling the caterer what to prepare. I mean, okay, that's a very good idea, but no sorry.
No, sorry, exactly.
Because medic engage caterers nearby every day.
Correct.
And the caterer may engage will be different, independent of honors.
Only like engage, yeah.
Oh, yeah, that one. And on the they hated me. I'm sure they hated me for that. You know, I mean, I engaged caterers that cater throughout the time I was there, throughout the burial. You know?
You don't know. They will tell you they know best.
Me akiri go over back in the directive railway then
and they will say, oh, or America, or take care of the guests. They will say to be the one doing it. Even when my dad died, one of my sisters will call you a caterer. Also, you are a caterer, you will cater your father's funeral. I mean, think about it. We're caterer, well, I don't cater, we're not told it.
Okay, you want no money contract in now.
I said, well, they get our work when you said. The only problem was that COVID right man are you, but I engaged a caterer that they took care of everything. They say I remember, they say I remember up to now. That's their mentality.
Okay. I was going to ask a question. The finances, are we in control of the finances or the global?
That's a good question, I think the project account, I would think they have their signature. I mean, especially the project account. I would think they have access to that.
They have access. They have access. I'm just give me. I don't know the question that was asked, but just give me 1 minute. What's the question?
The question was, who's in charge of The finance, are we in control of the finance or they are in control?
So the project account, we they have access to it. But the original thing, Kennedy was supposed to be a signatory. Okoje was also supposed to be a signatory.
I'll keep it for.
Huh?
I'll keep it, sir. I'll keep
Okay,
it, sir.
Oh,
Bolo, thank you.
Bye, sir.
But Kennedy and Okoje will complete their signatory something because the original arrangement was for Kennedy and Okoje to be there as signatories and be able to monitor how monies are
going dispersed and stuff like
that. So I think that signatory something is still there. If they complete, if they're able to complete what they need to complete, either send or account, they will be able to stop any disbursement.
Well, especially I think we need to do it if we can do it.
So when is the next election now?
Oh wait, they elongated so instead of an election holding in November this year or December, they now say December. They should stay in office till December 2023.
What?
Yes, sir.
And that was voted for and approved?
It was not voted. It was just a decision.
They suspended the constitution. That's what they said, like a decree.
We are the constitution today. Constitution
So what was the point of the constitutional review and all of that?
Exactly.
We will stop. We too will suspend our engagement until a proper election is held.
Yep. Yes.
That is what we're doing.
It's that simple. Honestly, they cannot take us for granted. I don't like games. We will suspend our engagement until things are proper.
Right. That is what I just told this group. I said they're calling our bluff.
Yes,
and
they are.
If we allowed it to succeed, going forward, they will
continue to do it. Yes. Yeah. No. We need to stop our engagement forthwith. They think they want what they call stability and continuity. But what they don't understand is that their action is actually against continuity and stability. So if that's what they want, let them continue with their global platform minus North America and all those people that are serious about organization and running organization by rules and construct. And until this shenanigan is over, you can't be fooling everybody now.
Nope.
You made us go through all that elaborate process of constitutional review, and then you do it, and then you put it aside and say, oh, continue for the sake of quote unquote continuity. Really? Well,
yeah.
When do we want to meet and put up our position? Because this one we shouldn't let it wait too long.
No, you are right. I think next week is supposed to be our meeting, anyway, general meeting. Next Saturday is our general. Third Saturday is our general meeting.
Which people they advise these people, Seth?
They're just the same. They're the same birds. They're flocking together.
No, seriously. I mean, they have the same thought that is not well thought out. They don't even appear to listen to diverse views or outside thinking to challenge their thinking.
If you look at it, that's how they've always done it. They basically
look. Sometimes when you hear our people talk, you wonder whether you went to ACC with them.
Yes, and you wonder whether in ACC when you go now produce those kind of people.
I'm telling you, these are learned people. They behave like illiterates, including my own cousin, who is the champion of this thing.
Power is about power for them.
Made that hold their power.
I'm a global physician. What are you talking about?
Because there's another position for somebody.
Yeah, we're gonna need. If you have global physician, you should also have global pharmacist. You should have global nurse. You should have global all of it.
Global Zoom coordinator
cannot act in in isolation of those others.
They were talking about all presidential liaison officers, right?
I mean,
PLOs. That's how they reward those their foot soldiers. They give them PLO.
Listen, the idea of a global physician can only have come from somebody who is a doctor. So just leave that side. It's an idea, okay, it's not well thought out and doesn't
he didn't
look
like the
at
fact
the proof.
he didn't like the fact that vote was that.
No, it was defeated. That was what pissed them off because they know they probably wanted to put this thing to vote, but when they saw the way it was defeated, they didn't want to do that. I was driving 75 miles per hour when I was raising my hand because it was that important.
Well, we'll leave that side. It's like, what is one person global physician going to do for all of the health challenges that members have and all of that? The way I will look at it is, okay, it's an idea, and you put it out there, and in most people are not for it. You just kind of let it go. You try. At least they are thinking. So I give them half credit for at least thinking. To me, that one not be quarter. But this allowing
good afternoon,
Pascal and his team to continue for an extended period of time without election, it doesn't make sense. I mean, can somebody tell me what their rationale was for
that they don't have enough time to hold election?
They just think that they will not win. I think that is really the rationale.
That's what they are saying, that they wouldn't have enough time to hold the election. Are you telling me between now and December you cannot hold an election between now and December?
It's electronic, right? Electronic. Create a Google form. Go there and vote.
It's just ridiculous. Between now and December you cannot hold an election?
I say in 3 months you can hold an election, much less December. You get 5 months, you can hold an election. And if we have a system or a process that does not allow us to be able to do that, then we ought to look into what is it that doesn't allow us to have a credible election within the shortest period of time. So they obviously didn't want to do it, and that reason is not good enough. There is nothing they have done here that strengthens the structure and processes of our organization. There's nothing here that gives it. Just lays into the way we do things in Nigeria, which just gives some of us less faith and hope about Nigeria's situation. I'm sorry.
Can you just stay like that with no election?
Because they don't think they will win. It's better to hijack the process. I'll put it on the resume. I was global president.
Are you Mawaki really or for Pascal? I don't never give my wahala for a while now. So I don't even know what gives him. I was starting to be turning around on him because I'm thinking he's listening. At least he's being responsible.
Let me read what I just sent to him. Because you know, Pascal is a crook. I called him.
A crook is always a crook. That's what you are saying.
So I called him a few days ago. Idale, President. This is what is going on, or this is what is going around. Idale, I want to talk to you about it. They want a position of global physician. I don't understand what that means. I don't know what that person will be doing. That is Kennedy platform where he says he's sick. Not that going physician from Yakuba. Now our individual people will go to look for people where they sick, we will go to take care of. Because we intervene when somebody is sick, it means they will just come appoint a doctor. You know, so that was one. Then the second one, he was trying to lobby me. Oh man, you know, you don't talk to Pascal. Pascal will just serve till next year. Also, that talk will buy 2 years in a war serve. You go serve till next year. You go just complete 2 years. Say whether me, my tenure go end when my tenure go end. I said na September 2023. Now my tenure go end for here. So Evade, let me remove this guy. So I'm going to enable waiting room so that those who are not
enable
our people. So he now told me, you know, when your tenure just finished for North America, you will now take over. You know this mentality of sharing position. You know, all this mentality of sharing position. So Pascal will just be there. He will be there. There is no need for election. Pascal will be there. Pascal, if he finish his own this thing, you will just take over. Your tenure would have ended in it. Look, I was just listening to him and wondering, this is why Nigeria will never. Nigeria will never progress. I respect him. He's my first cousin, but what kind of arrangement is that? Why would that be party to illegitimacy? So when the thing came up today, he was shocked that I shut it down. That yeah, that's be supporting.
These people.
Why you want to? You
Me?
raise your hand up.
Yeah, to my hand, they up.
What a lot.
Okay. See, everybody has been talking, and I've been trying to think over this whole process. I would say I have my peers, and we have to tread very softly, because we have fed the whole thing again. When it comes to this ACC project, the backbone of the project is actually North America. And we have been trying to carry them, we have been carrying them along. So my first question for you is, are you a member of NEC?
Yes.
You are a member of NEC. And yes, because all of this thing that happened today, it was well planned and orchestrated. It was slowly that let's dare them and see what they can do. And being a member of NEC, I would have asked that we should tread softly by maybe politicking, campaigning, and also trying to get people to be on our side, so that all of our plans from North America, because look at the hospital, look at the project, look at this, the sponsoring of the teachers, even the sets, like I think 70, is it the 78 group? What set is that?
Yeah, 74.
74. Even the 74 said that have been putting money into that project, they are mostly coming from the bulk of the money is coming from North America here.
Yes,
because
yes.
I spoke to
all sets.
Yes, all sets. All sets. All from North America.
83 sets. Almost 4 of us from North America. 5 of us from North America. Only a small portion they paid.
So, like for them, that they are not even interested, and for most of them, is even if possible, if they can even eat from us. So because a plan on a pool, and my dad tell you, okay, we want to pull out, we don't want to pull out. At the end of the day, you will find out that we are here. Let me see what they can do without us.
Without us, huh?
Oh, we
yeah,
can
that's what is going to happen. Let's see what they can do without us, because not that with that project we will still have to use the home branch, we'll still have to use the national body, and then things might get very rough. So why not let's from now? Look, I'm just coming. Maybe somebody might want to give me a broader enlightenment. Why not let's start from maybe talking to UK branch, talking to members, and talking to different people, and let them see why they should buy our idea, so that we will not be alone in this fight.
UK branch.
My brother.
No, not just UK branch, like even Abuja branch, if possible. Let me, Dr. is there. Even some people in whole branch, I am very sure that most of them are not happy with what they saw today or what happened today. So
they are happy.
Not all of them. No, not all of them.
My brother, you don't know these people.
No, executive. Pascal, Professor Ujame, what's his name? the head of a.
Oh, that's his body. That's his side.
So it will sit down. It plan on that way. When we go here, we are going to be here till 2023 December. Let them cry their head off, but there is nothing they can do at the end of the day. So
yeah, that is why we won't allow you to go scot-free like that.
That's
because
right.
They've caught our bluff, and if they call this bluff, and at the end of the day we cannot move anything, then going forward we can no longer say they would okay on North America, but this is what we want to do, and they will do that.
So that
okay. No, we will use them against themselves.
Oh, we
hope it don't come to
that. Is 4 o'clock.
Okay, good. So you heard what I said. Number one, initially I was going to be very blunt, but I think somebody like Julius said, no, let's not do that. Therefore, let us call an executive meeting of North America. After that, we will move into a general meeting of North America. Then we'll now let them know this is our stand regarding this posture. Then after we've done that, we will not write a formal letter to them, letting them know that we do not support that action of illegitimacy of the executive members till 2023. That by November 2022, an election should be held.
Okay. And if not, we will disengage.
Yes. Yeah. If not, we are out of the marriage.
We can always come back.
Okay. As we come out of the marriage, what happens to all our commitments, all the projects that are going on now?
Nothing wrong. We'll be gone now.
I'm just asking.
We'll be managing it without them.
Okay.
Absolutely. It's the same way
we will always find somebody there. We will always find somebody there that will be our foot soldier there.
Yes.
We'll always.
Even among the home branch, you'll be
I was thinking that we can't do anything without the national body. Without
forget them.
We don't need them.
It don't work.
Okay, that's fine. That's very fine. Perfectly fine.
We will always find somebody who will help us do whatever we want to do.
Yes, we will. And
that was just my challenge.
The point about this is we will not. The point about this is that we will not engage. We will not engage in illegitimacy. Meaning, if we don't support the allegation of Pascal's term in office, then we will not engage him and his group while they are there until they are done, until there's an election. That's all. We're not saying we are leaving or any of this. We're making a point that you want to keep this going for the next 18 months or whatever it is, then we're not going to be part of it.
Nope.
That's all. Because they don't
do anything anyway.
With it, maybe they do their.
As a matter of fact, money for anybody. Look at it.
As a matter of fact, if you look at all the recent publicities and everything that has been going on in ACC, ROA, and Akioba, everything is either being initiated or planned and executed by Akioba North America.
Yes.
And financed also.
That's what I'm saying.
Even the recent reception that took place in Benin, it was Ohens that put everything together.
Yes.
Even the address that the president read, it was Ohens that authored it. So they need us more than we need them.
Yes. We need Pascal was just being dumped. Pascal is my classmate and my very good friend, but he didn't act well. Now that he was able to get Ohens, and it will let me that we are all loyal followers of Ohens. If he got North America and he got
everybody,
and he got Abuja, and he would have won the election landslides.
Yes.
Ask me, yes, let's do election. Because since he already got North America, and Ohens would have been able to tell us, okay, election is coming. Everybody will support him. And we vote.
And if we all vote for him and Abuja and other branches vote for him, then what's left? He will win. And there will not be legitimacy. And everything will be right and proper. So he will sit on that chair for the next 2 years comfortably. But I don't know why he just let this thing slip his hands. I don't know.
No, I think it was
because
not
he's a
confident.
crook.
No, lack of confidence, you know. Or he cannot gauge your hands to see, okay, did not America support me? They not support me? Because we talk about the constitutional review. He thought we were going to use our numbers. Because if you look at it, we have over 100 members that will pay.
Exactly, yes.
They don't have that much.
The entire GM today was about 60 people.
Yeah.
Listen,
we can outvote
Ohens advised me to suspend my activities about Pascal since constitutional review. So you guys have not seen any email, any post from me anyway. So I suspended and I observed. And I was starting to turn around on him, thinking, okay, he's listening, he's responsive. And, you know, and people were calling and say, okay, what now to see this turnaround? But when the fight is on again. So I'm telling you, everybody decide. I have nothing to do with Acubat Global for now until that leadership is changed. That's just me. I don't get time to waste.
No, I agree with you. We just tread carefully.
So
I'll say,
you know the way we can cripple them, we require a legal action. Because we have about 18 million in the project account, about 90 million naira in the project account, and all that money came from us. We have in the Akeba account, we have about less than $1 million that came from us there. The only possibility is to take a legal action by, you know, seeking injunction that the accounts be frozen and that they should not have access to it until an election takes place. That's the only possibility. Otherwise, if we don't do that and cripple them and they have access to the accounts, they will feel we have money.
Yes.
Because if there is dispute over election and we go to court and seek injunction that the pending the resolution of this matter, our accounts should be frozen.
Yes.
Once we do that,
before you do that, because I know we have done something like that in one of these Eastern World Congress. That's why at the end of the day the money disappeared. Now the question is this: in that account, without the signatories of any member of the NA, can they withdraw money? That's the question I'm asking.
Yes.
They can withdraw money?
Right now, they withdraw money with my approval, but I'm not a signatory. Before they withdraw money from there, they seek approval from me. But
okay, but so if they don't seek approval from you, they can write checks.
I don't sign anything. I don't sign anything because the people who are supposed to be signatories are Kennedy and Prince Okoje.
So, and we go tell those people maybe they're not the sign again. They are with us.
No, we need to have them complete their forms too. That might be better, easier than going to court.
So when you go to court and court goes there and see that they have a lot of money, oh boy, their lawyers, Ogbedi and whatever, they can do pro bono for them, and probably we have lawyers here that will do the same thing. But the question is, money will be expended, like for Eastern World Congress and the Eastern People's Congress. That would happen. An injunction was placed there to stop any movement of money or anything until everything is resolved. Now, you know that they eventually split into two.
Yep.
All the money was not given to either Eastern World Congress or Eastern People's Congress. It was given to the lawyers and to the mediator. That was it.
See, so
it was given to the lawyer and the mediator. And what our lawyer at one point called me, and because I introduced them, I introduced the lawyer to the APC people. This case is not winnable. So I was advised that people settle this thing out of court because we are going to be the people that will benefit from this thing. Because the other lawyer and the other group told them, no, just go in and forget about, don't say anything, just keep making your money. You know, so we got to be careful about this cost something, especially we black people. How they will spend that money.
But also along that line, since the majority of the financing coming from us and the signatories to the account, all they need from our president is just a verbal approval.
The verbal approval.
So we have to we have to explore how to make it impossible for them to make any withdrawals from the account. That is, should we decide that by November they still continue with their stubbornness and their misdirections, then so that they won't be able to withdraw any monies from the account without engaging, without any legal filings. So, legal actions. I think there are ways we can do that. And
definitely.
Yeah, there are ways we can do that. And we can, because if we decide to disengage and they still have access to our funds, they will just look at us as fools. They say, look at them. We are using their money and we can use their money. And as a matter of fact, we don't even need their permission anymore before we do anything here, you know?
No, henceforth, we shouldn't put money in that account anymore.
Yes, suspend anything there, yes.
Then, if it means us expending that money to do our project, I don't know whether we've already started the project already, then that money should be expended on those projects.
We can put we can put that money into an escrow account right away. We can put the money, we can put the money into a
They are the signatory. We don't have any signatory to the account.
No, what I mean is we can put it to an escrow account, and the disbursements will be purely based on project specifics. That is the completion of project specifics. That is, for instance, when they get to lintel level, you give the contractor this. They get to the roofing level, they do this, based on project specifics. That is timeline deliverables. So we can set up an escrow account.
Because the only reason why they are doing this, or the only reason they will say we are doing what we are doing, because we bring the money and we have money.
So what? Yes, but we are following the law. We are following the law. We are following the law. That is the Constitution. The Constitution is what we are going by. They are the ones that are not going by the Constitution.
Yeah. When they say, oh, we are the sponsors of this project, forget the Constitution. We are going to take global president, we're going to take global VP. No, we didn't say that.
No, not at all.
We said follow the Constitution. Ohens didn't say he was running. Sagreg didn't say he was running. Nobody is running from here. We don't care. They are the ones that are power hungry. We are not.
Yeah, we are just saying follow the Constitution. We're not interested in becoming a global president. I don't like being anything where you say you want to circumvent the rule. Even the company where they work, CEO know me if we reach that one. Anytime we want to circumvent through like this, they always tell us, look, me and you will go contact. You know, say I cannot be here. You go to circumvent through. Then me I go to look. They'll think say I sanction and will make you do the thing. I know they like that kind of thing.
You see, I was the general secretary of an Edo group here, and the president, a Benin chief, was circumventing the Constitution. I brought him out. I filed a complaint against him, and the Benis were doing this. I said, this is this. I said, if I take you guys to court, the monies here will be depleted. I said, you know what? I'm just going to leave you with your foolishness. I left. I left.
Yeah.
And they came begging. I said, no, I'm not going to lend myself to that type of environment where people don't follow the Constitution. It's stupid. No?
No.
I don't want to be party to that kind of nonsense. How can you be you know the one will pay me for body? How can we enact how can we just approve a constitution today? And you violated it today. Then when it was brought to your attention, you said the AGM can suspend the constitution.
Yes. Did we vote? That's, I was asking, I said, do we have a provision in the Constitution where the AGM can suspend the Constitution?
No.
They said no.
It's not in the Constitution. No.
Then I said, why must you do this? It's illegal. It's illegal. Eh?
They can do that. Well, I mean, maybe they have looked at everything and we now have signatory to the because when you come to look at the whole thing, finance is the one that drives this whole thing. Money. Of course, number one, they respect us because we bring the money.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if the money that is we brought, they now have access to it. They're like, you know what? Let them go to hell.
What are they gonna do?
We have access to the money anyway. So they might feel that we'll not be able to do what we want to do because they have access to our money. But we will have to let them know that no, whether you have access or not, this is our stand. I don't know. It just doesn't make any freaking sense.
Pascal is never to be trusted.
No, you can't. A leopard never changes his spot, and he's just proved it one more time.
Exactly.
And we need to engage, and we need to outline a series of concrete, meaningful steps. Nothing symbolic here. Meaningful steps, and that means shutting off finance, shutting off access to money, and we've got to find a way to ensure all of that and truly not engage this current illegality until it is gone or done with. If we can find a way to do that, then they will know we are serious. Okay. But if we cannot, then they'll just continue to not only take us for a ride, but take anywhere, meaning Nigerian, anywhere they are for a ride, just like the country has been doing. I'm not too terribly surprised about this. They are a subset of Nigeria. So why do we expect them to be different from the larger society?
My disappointment is that these same people are educated.